seguimiento de la Secretaría Nacional de Planificación de Ecuador. Y ya estamos. Bueno, simplemente y para un poco abrir la mesa a nuestros participantes, desde toda la jornada de ayer se viene planteando los desafíos en torno a lo que son los pilares de la CEPAL en términos del estructuralismo y de los desafíos que supone para avanzar en procesos de desarrollo la transformación y la diversificación de las estructuras productivas. Estos desafíos, y un poco es la idea de esta mesa, es conversar acerca de, bueno, cuáles son los distintos vectores que pueden producir en ese cambio estructural y esa diversificación en economías tan distintas como son las que integran nuestros países de América Latina y del Caribe. Hay acá un aspecto en términos de los cambios que se están produciendo en el escenario internacional que creo que nos condicionan y tenemos que tenerlo en cuenta a la hora de definir nuestros diagnósticos y nuestras políticas. Esos cambios en el escenario internacional tienen que ver con un proceso de desglobalización que se viene dando antes se venía dando antes de la pandemia, que se acelera a partir de la pandemia y obviamente con la irrupción de la guerra está planteando prioridades y cambios importantes en lo que es el comportamiento de las cadenas globales de valor y sobre todo en torno a dos temas muy importantes que son la seguridad energética y la seguridad alimentaria. La agenda de la transición energética es una agenda que interpela a la región. Sabemos y se ha planteado a lo largo de estas reuniones que nuestra región es la que relativamente menos aporta o contribuye al proceso de carbonización de las economías.
Process in the economies, and at least is suffering the consequences of climate change. The agenda for transition opened challenges, and these opportunities we will be able to make the most of, depending on how we fit into that decarbonization process. Many countries in the region can make a huge contribution to the decarbonization process because they have the natural resources. And if we just focus on exporting natural resources without making the most of this opportunity to transform our productive structures and to find a place in the worldwide economy as technology makers, also qualified for industrial capacities. As our executive secretary of ECLAC said yesterday, we might be facing a new lost decade. The challenge of investment is huge. We know we need investment, domestic investment, and we also know we need external investment. And it's very important for the rules of the game that we set to bring in that external investment. It has to harmonize these objectives of diversification, value incorporation in the needs for that investment. The funding issue is also funding for investment to make progress with the necessary infrastructure, demanding this climate change, this energy transition. It's another significant feature in these discussions. And finally, I would also like to mention the importance of the strengthening of state-owned capacities of our states to be able to set those rules of the game, to be able to go hand in hand with these transformation processes, as well as to generate capacities, state capacities regarding the funding of these policies. A lot was said here because it's, I mean, a piece of reality, the fact that there isn't fiscal space to develop domestic policies. And I think we also need to talk about the need, and this is a digression, I've come from being, I have been an administrator of public revenue of the Argentine Republic, and I've worked in a deep cooperation with all the countries of the region about the exchange of information, the training, the coordination of policies to improve and generate muscle in our state capacities, not just for management purposes, but also for funding purposes. So I believe the challenge is huge. And part of that challenge is also to see whether we can address it together in a joint, coordinate way, supplementing and integrating the efforts. Today at the table, the discussion about which are those investment spaces available to transform, modify, diversify our productive structures is the core of the debate. And we also need to analyze the policies we need to trigger from the states at the region to be able to ensure the presence, this presence in the conditions needed by our nations. In the first place, then, I seem to lose my papers. I'm sorry. So let's ask Carla Barnett to take the floor, the CARICOM secretary, our CARICOM secretary. Can we hear her?
Good morning, everyone. Con disculpas, mi español no es tan bueno como antes, so I will speak in English today. Thanks to ECLAC for inviting me to participate in this discussion of the key sectors of the global economy and the policy imperatives that are critical to ensuring that regional economies can and do progress those sectors with the objective of inclusive and sustainable development. As a backdrop, the investment policy environment within CARICOM is characterized by the priority of attracting external investment flows, revitalizing the domestic private sector, and creating a facilitative business environment within our member states. As largely capital-scarce economies, growth has been propelled by both public and private foreign investment flows. Direct investment flows, foreign direct investment flows that CARICOM member states have been able to attract within the last decade or so have not been sufficient to drive inclusive and sustainable economic growth and development across our member states. The challenge of increasing investment has become more critical with the near cessation of foreign direct investment inflows, with few notable exceptions, since the first quarter of 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, according to the UNCTAD World Investment Report 2022, while FDI flows to Latin America and the Caribbean region had plunged by 45% in 2020, the sharpest decline recorded in developing regions in that year. This has rebounded, growing by 56% in 2022. However, FDI to the Caribbean increased by only 39% relative to the 56%, to US 3.8 billion this year so far. Investments in new sectors can stimulate structural change, but for this to happen, strategies must address access to financing, accessibility of labor and human resource capacities, appropriate regulatory frameworks, and social inclusion measures or policies. The evolving global sectors that are important to the CARICOM context include information and communication technology, ICT, energy, and agriculture, which join the tourism and services sectors as drivers of growth and development. So let us look at how CARICOM is addressing a few critical sectors. First, ICT. The current work being undertaken in ICT for development is guided mainly by several strategies: the Regional Digital Development Strategy, the CARICOM Single ICT Space Vision, Roadmap, and Work Plan, the World Summit on the Information Society Plan of Action, and the ECLAC 2007, ECLAC 2018 Digital Agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. It is important to note that CARICOM governments are all at very different stages in their journey of digital transformation, with the majority still in the early development stages. CARICOM member states continue to advance projects in the following areas, but beyond as well: digital IDs, digital currency, public sector online service delivery, digital infrastructure, digital agriculture, online payments, legislation and policy, and support to the education sector, among others. The challenges in doing this include the need for sustained actions to drive regional digital transformation efforts in support of sustainable development, the need for a data and information strategy to provide real-time information to support current and future planning, and the need for formal, comprehensive, joined-up program and project activities to enable cost savings and to increase efficiency. We know that ICT can drive sustainable development in the region through job creation as one of the largest and fastest growing sectors, generating income, GDP enhancement, increasing effectiveness and productivity, improving business services and processes, and providing accessible information and communication networks, education, innovation, and human capital. We also know that key developments such as broadband for development, which can lead to increases in efficiency and productivity in the economy, and technologies such as the internet, artificial intelligence, big data, and cloud computing have the potential to bridge the gap and lessen divides between developed and developing countries, and those who have and those who do not have within our countries. But achieving these potential gains requires investments in organization and human capital as well. Accordingly, strategies to drive sustainable development would include digital economy strategies, which allow the region to combine ICT and other complementary strategies, research and innovation for sustainability to uncover innovation initiatives that are already taking place in the region in key and potential growth sectors, data strategy for use structure exchange to provide better information for decision making, and cloud strategy and supportive appropriate legal and regulatory frameworks. The next sector that's really critical for us is energy. Energy is not simply an economic issue. For the Caribbean, energy is part of a longer sustainable development and resilience strategy. The region requires about US $20 billion to revitalize and modernize its energy grid. Many of our countries do not have the fiscal space or the local capital to do so. The region has one of the highest electricity rates in the world. Therefore, the urgency of energy transition is clear. Most of the power generation systems within CARICOM countries rely on imported petroleum and petroleum products and are subject to the volatility of the global energy commodity market. Sustainable energy transition, therefore, is a key priority for the regional energy program to reduce the region's dependence on imported fossil fuels, facilitate the achievement of ambitious nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, and support economic growth and sustainable development through improved energy security. Key challenges to the regional sustainable energy transition include the regulatory landscape, access to finance, and the regional support to energy security. With the support of regional institutions such as the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, CCRE, and international development partners, we have been advancing the sustainable energy transition within three key pillars: 1, policy; 2, information capacity building; and 3, finance, aligning the region on a pathway for low carbon and climate resilient development. The third sector I want to mention is agriculture. Investment in agriculture can drive sustainable economic growth and development for our region. Currently, the region imports approximately US 6 billion worth of food products annually. The common external tariff suspension rates are in the millions for the importation of mostly agricultural commodities from outside of the region. This regional gap creates opportunities for new industries within the region. Recognizing the opportunities, the regional goal is to increase investment in agribusiness. New investments in agriculture will increase the region's productivity with the introduction of modern technologies, equipment, and investments in infrastructure. It will also build human and knowledge capital, expertise, create employment, and build a marketing network to enhance the competitiveness of agricultural production and value chain. To this end, the agricultural investment is intended to enhance food and nutrition security and serve as an engine for broader economic growth, prosperity, and stability of the region. Even before the onset of the COVID pandemic, CARICOM had launched the 25% by 2025 regional target, which is aimed at reducing our food import bill by 25% by the year 2025. This is being pursued by significantly increasing production of key products such as poultry, corn and soya, fish, sheep and goats, and a range of fruit and vegetable products, while at the same time implementing game-changing policies such as the CARICOM trade policy for animals and animal products, a regional agricultural health and food safety policy, and an alternate sanitary and phytosanitary dispute resolution mechanism. The goal is to increase productivity, value addition, and regional trade and investment, and to support digitization of the region's agriculture sector through e-commerce, the adoption of smart agricultural technologies to increase sustainable production, to respond to the risks associated with climate change, and to take advantage of agricultural data and market intelligence. Equally important to the region is increasing the participation of youth and women in the agriculture transformation and maintaining consistent supply of affordable and nutritious foods. This means that along with increased production as a matter of priority, we are also seeking to address appropriate transportation mechanisms and greater partnership and linkages with partners in development and the private sector to develop de-risking mechanisms, which include agricultural insurance and financing. Programs for strategic investment include increased productivity through investment and adaptation of smart agricultural technologies, strengthening extension services capacity building, support to agro-processing and micro, small, and medium enterprises, alternative fertilizers, and improving food quality standards and best practices throughout the region. In addition, improvement of post-harvest management and food storage capabilities, and improved data collection and monitoring, the monitoring and evaluation of the impacts of climate change on agricultural production. How we plan and develop sectors such as agriculture, tourism, services, ICT, and energy will affect our region's viability and prosperity in dealing with our challenges. While our region transitions to the endemic phase of COVID-19, we are called upon to address the persistent vulnerabilities of our economies, the realities of social inequalities, and the need to protect our natural environment. This is requiring a fundamental shift in how we do business, how we educate and train our people, how we build our infrastructure to address adaptation and building resilience in the first instance, and then building societies in a reality where it may no longer be possible to adapt. As a region, CARICOM has been a strong voice on the global stage, urging strong action to curb emissions to halt a temperature rise. We, as small island and low-lying coastal developing states, while we contribute minimally to the emissions that fuel climate change, we bear the brunt of the impact of climate change. We also need to address the unsustainable consumption and production patterns, which produce a large amount of waste, including plastics and hazardous chemicals, leading to destruction of habitats and land degradation. As we continue to develop, while confronting inherent and structural vulnerabilities. Some of the short to medium-term priorities for the region include diversification of our tourism product to ensure sustainability, decreasing pressures on fragile ecosystems, increasing opportunities for cultural practitioners and local providers, retrofitting the sector to not only be resilient to climate events, but also to be waste, water, and energy efficient. Uptake and expansion of climate smart agriculture, in addition to decreased deployment of SIDS appropriate renewable energy options, of distribution networks, and increased attention at the national level to energy efficient at the commercial and domestic levels.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carla. And now we will ask Mario Lubetkin, who is the regional representative for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, to take the floor. Thank you very much, Mercedes. Ministers and representatives of the different governments of the countries that are ECLAC members. Dear friend Juan Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and publicly I'd like to welcome and greet you and wish you the very best, because your success means the success of us, the different countries that need to produce in Latin America with the challenges ahead of us. I believe for me it's a privilege to be here in this 39th session of ECLAC, in particular in this panel on sectoral investments as drivers of sustainable development, in particular after the intense debates yesterday, absolutely rewarding. And I'm sure we will all took with us different considerations in our scopes of activity. But I would like to begin by stating some basic elements and figures that show where we are, showing that the territories of our region are absolutely rich, immensely rich, and we know that they produce food for over 1,300 billion people, double the population we have, and we have 14% of the crops worldwide, that we host almost 50% of global biodiversity, representing 31% of non-salty water, drinking water, and 34 fresh water, and 34.4% of the woods and forests in the planet. And this is an important, a significant starting point. The region is key, and we see it in the figures for the production of food, because we have dynamic, extremely dynamic sectors connected to global value chains, such as fruit and vegetable and beef and soybean and wine, and we might go on. And also for global biosafety and food security. However, these systems have important gaps in equity and productive efficiency and environmental sustainability, as Juan Manuel pointed out yesterday when he submitted the report. The region was already facing an increase of food insecurity prior to COVID-19. Back in the year 2000, no doubt with COVID-19, the COVID-19 was a scourge on our countries, producing an economic and social crisis that is unprecedented. The GDP per capita in the region was contracted for 7.6% in 2019 and 2021. So this means going back one of the biggest backwards movements in the last 100 years of our history. The amount of people that live in poverty increased in 2021 from 187 million to 201 million people, which means we've increased the levels of poverty from 30.5% to 32.1%. And those that live in extreme poverty also increased from 70 to 86 million in that same period of time. If we talk about percentages, we're talking of 11.4% to 13.8% of the regional population. The people undergoing hunger in the regions, who in 2019 were a little bit over 43 million. Now that we're moving out of the COVID scenario, there are more than 56 million people, which means we're talking about percentages in Latin America, 18.6% of our population in Latin America and the Caribbean, which means an increase, which is certainly which is an insignificant increase of 25.8% almost. This means moving back 10 years in the effort to reduce poverty, extreme poverty, and hunger in the region. And the president of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, put this forward yesterday. The post-pandemic hasn't been easy. The increase of public expenditure to cope with the consequences of COVID-19, the interruption of supply chains, the increase of energy demand, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and the consequences of climate change have increased the prices of fuel, fertilizers, food, generating an inflationary process which is worldwide, restricting the access to quality food to million people worldwide. Right now, we're living through a great uncertainty as to the future, and that was part of the essence of the debate yesterday. And we're talking about the short and midterm. The economic situation is very, very difficult. And in 2023, let's remember the charts we saw yesterday, jeopardizing one, economic recovery, and second, to meet the SDGs by 2030. Together with this, there's a strong concern from the international community about the need to develop measures to adapt to the climate change on the food systems and the reduction of the degradation of natural resources and biodiversity. The agro-food systems, unfortunately, contribute almost 50% of the greenhouse gases emission, and we know that. And in this context, the agricultural sector needs new production models to face these challenges and to keep on contributing to food security. It is necessary to transform the systems, the agri-food systems, to make them more resilient, more sustainable, more inclusive. Meaning not just to put in economic profitability our efforts, but also what we are highly responsible for, the social standards and environmental standards, something that was also mentioned yesterday in the debate. Merely to comply with number 2 SDG, that is to say, to eliminate hunger, we need to increase agricultural production 28% in this decade. And at the same time, we need to control greenhouse gases emissions to meet Paris Convention. We don't have to leave behind the inclusion and policies promoting decent women for women, young people, the social groups that are really affected, the Afro-descendants, the Aboriginal people, and the people that live in remote territories. And this is something that the Secretary of ECLAC mentioned yesterday. The people living in poverty only can rely on their job for income, and that we know. That's why we know we need quality jobs that allow for a better and more stable consumption of food and life quality, given that craft, fishery, and the economy of families and households are a good part of the income for a good many population. It's important to support the livelihood of the people engaged in these activities. This allows to support economic reactivation domestically and protect food security of a good many of our people. In this sense, it is particularly important the measures to improve the access to financial and non-financial assets, to regulate land, rural services, as well as the diversification of production and the expansion of digital innovation to market and sell our products, as Carla mentioned a moment ago. FAO will have to address these challenges. And that's why they launched an initiative in 2019 called Hand in Hand. And in 2020, we launched another initiative called um, a range of digital ideas with the purpose of contributing to the achievement of development and the transformation of food systems. The hand-in-hand system, the first initiative, favors ambitious programs led by the countries to speed up the transformation of food systems, eradicating poverty, which is the SDG #1, eradicating hunger, SDG #2, and reducing inequality, which is SDG 10. The initiative, the hand-in-hand initiative in our efforts with the governments is divided into 3 stages. We have to analyze the territory, that we need investment and implementation plans, and finally, monitoring and assessment. In our region, this initiative has now the participation of 10 countries. This is Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, Paraguay, and Peru. And naturally, all the same, we are backward looking at the Caribbean countries and CARICOM, and we do hope to update those standards. Right now, these projects have a typology for macro and micro regions and investment plans for 7 countries in the region, but that's a total of 8 chains for agricultural efforts and 4 territorial programs. So that would be 19 facility lines for investment. The first investment forum hand in hand that we celebrated in Rome last week. I attended it there, and several foreign office ministers and heads of states that are here also participated there. There were business opportunities. It was the first time that FAO launched an initiative of this type. This was an event to address the investment levels that were necessary. And it was the first time that FAO summoned globally an initiative of this type. And what was submitted was investment opportunities from 20 countries worldwide, including 7 of Latin America and the Caribbean, projects in Guatemala, El Salvador, Haiti, Honduras, Peru, and besides all the Central American reality. The objective was to provide a platform for the national authorities specializing FAO experts, investors, private companies, domestic and international donors, guests, might interact and submit investment opportunity sponsored by this initiative. And I can tell you that this first step we've done, and this has been assessed by the countries who are the direct recipients of these investments, we're only facilitators, has been truly successful. The investment projects submitted by the Latin American Caribbean countries will allow productive diversification and the increase of value added in the value chain in sectors like coffee, cacao, cardamom, abatate, Miami, among others. But also there's diversity regionally, as the CCAP people mentioned, considering the Cepo corridor in Central America. The total portfolio submitted for projects, the pipeline was over $300 million to increase private sector flows of investment. Of course, we need the support of the development forces like the multilateral banks for development are very important to visualize the support of the previous CIFI in the interior of the countries. And this was pointed out by the Minister of Finance from Colombia, with whom we did a lot yesterday. The range of instruments to reduce risk that these entities supply, like combined funding structures and other vehicles to reduce risks, would be very important to facilitate the work of private investors in these countries with contexts that are very fragile. On the other hand, the digitalization has the potential of modifying the way in which these exchanges are produced or food is consumed, allowing for the automatization of processes, reduction of costs, and diversification of markets. Prior to beginning the digitalization process of the agri-food process, it is necessary to encourage the pillars that favor the adequate systems, such as the development of contents, literacy, training, etc. The relative gaps in respect of these pillars are big in the rural area if we compare that to the urban environment. But it's necessary from our point of view to incorporate governance criteria to sponsor political dialogue, as Rebecca pointed out yesterday, between the civil society and the private sector to diminish these gaps, especially given the small producers who have to make the most and live in those remote rural areas. That is why the 1,000 locations, 1,000 mil aldeas in Spanish, pursues the use of this digital tool in the agri-food systems and in the global territories. Right now, we are supporting 52 ventures in sectors focused on agritourism in 14 countries of the region. We are training entrepreneurs to use the different instruments, videos, marketing, services for these products. Prior to conclude, and this was the last part of my presentation, I cannot but point out the vast working record that we have with ECLAC, as we've had for over 70 years. The SANCELAC plan executed in 2015 shows the space for collaboration to eradicate hunger, malnutrition by 2025. My previous comments connect to some of the main items that the Executive Secretary of ECLA pointed out yesterday when submitting the position document, and that he develops to a certain extent. In short, we need to procure fostering the interagency union in extreme, working very closely with the governments and other actors of Latin America to be a driver for transformation, achieving sustainable development in the region. I believe we are following the right path. We are convinced that it's possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mario. Now I'm going to give the floor to Fernando Yáñez, Undersecretary for Follow-up at the Planning Secretariat of Ecuador. Good morning, everyone. My greetings to all the delegations present here today. On behalf of the government of Ecuador, I'd like to congratulate and greet the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. In our countries, the role of ECLAC is very significant for providing guidelines for our public policies. Regarding this panel's topic, I would like to mention a few ideas that may contribute to this debate. No doubt, investment is a driver that can transform the realities of our countries, focused on those sectors allowing us to have a greater impact, that is economic, social, environmental. However, we have also had to analyze the different effects that the pandemic has brought about in our countries. We have been discussing in the last couple of days that we are currently living in a scenario of uncertainty worsened by the war. Then the issue of fertilizers and inputs. The pandemic and other factors have brought about deep effects on the economic and social development of our countries that are reflected in different fields: unemployment, lack of access, inequalities. This has altered certain achievements already made, however modest they may be, as to well-being. of our population. So this has led the different countries to take immediate short-term actions and also to think in the long term. In Ecuador, we thought of an immediate vaccination strategy, an aggressive strategy with a view to promoting economic and productive reactivation, going back to our normal life that we are discussing right now. This change in productive development has insisted on combining macroeconomic strategies with sector-based plans, allowing us to accelerate this economic growth and development. Within this context, in Ecuador, formulation of the strategy has been or has focused on environmental, economic, institutional, social aspects. And with cooperation, we have sought to be aligned with sustainable development goals and the topics covered by these goals. No doubt, investment is an instrument that allows to implement public policies and seeks to meet these social demands and the public issues that we have. And this implementation translates into investments, projects, and programs. Understanding and prioritizing public investment is very important in the current context that is characterized by budgetary restrictions, where sustainability of public finance in the medium term will depend on how efficiently resources are used. The Ecuadorian government has sought to maintain public investment levels at the levels there were before the pandemic, and we have guided under certain criteria, which have been the drivers for prioritizing the resources. These criteria have been job generation, inclusive growth, and increasing competitiveness and productivity, promote the participation of private sector, eradication of poverty. We've focused a lot on diminishing chronic child malnutrition, which is one of our objectives in the country, access to services and priority care for the rural sector particularly. As to the important outcomes or data, we can say that the employment rate has been increased to 33% in 2021, and it's at 34% in 2022, vis-a-vis the 30% we had before the pandemic. During the pandemic, we've reduced to 7.86 youth unemployment rates. Extreme poverty based on income has been reduced to 10.75%, and we have sought to reactivate other fields generating inbound tourism revenue, and we've also increased agribusiness and industrial exports over and above what had been foreseen. No doubt there are challenges, as I mentioned. Child chronic malnutrition is one of the pillars the current administration is working on, and the Commission has put on the table a series of drivers for investment. In the case of Ecuador, our constitution establishes certain sectors that must be prioritized, but these sectors are considered important and have an incidence on the economic, social, and political aspects in our country. Because of our constitution, we must focus on these sectors that are also the drivers of our development, and very important indeed. We are pleased to know that we are aligned with the ECLAC's proposal sectors that will promote development. I'd like to mention a few. For instance, Ecuador has the master electricity plan focusing on harnessing non-conventional renewable resources to achieve energy security and also aligned with climate change issues. Recently, with the support of IDB, we developed a national strategy for e-mobility that allows us to coordinate and implement programs concerning e-transport, matching the energy policy and the climate adaptation policy. We've also recently developed the digital transformation agenda to provide a multi-sectoral working framework coordinated with all the digital economy, emerging technologies, digital governance, interoperability, trust and confidence, and data treatment, among others. Another approach has been that of tourism reactivation, promoting sustainable tourism as a strategy to attract also investments in the tourism sector. No doubt for our country, we are currently thinking of public-private partnership that could be a driver of development, this link with the private sector to attract investments. One of the objectives of our current government is to attract investments and through this create jobs. And this forces us to provide appropriate frameworks for this purpose. This morning, I was listening to Minister Massa, who made an interesting comment saying that public-private coordination can bring about very interesting outcomes. And to conclude, I would like to support what Professor Stiglitz mentioned yesterday. Now we are forced to sail between the two extremes that the pandemic has brought about. So sailing like this will allow us to create the alternatives that our countries need. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fernando. Now I'm going to give the floor to Vanessa Gibson, Director of Investment Climate at the Development Secretariat of Costa Rica. It's a pleasure to be here. I greet all the delegations and the people that are here today. My warm thanks to Jose Manuel, wishing him the best of success in this new adventure. I'd like to mention that in Costa Rica in the last 40 years, the economy has undergone significant transformation hand in hand with the diversification strategy for foreign trade and hand in hand with the strategies to attract foreign direct investment. Within this context, we have developed clusters in which the countries has been able to not only create attractive conditions, but also improve its competitiveness. The medical devices sector has nowadays become one of these drivers of development for our country. As you may see, our country has just over 5 million inhabitants, generating more than 64 billion in GDP. And I don't know if you can go to the slides, please. Show this next one. There you have a bit of information. It's important to consider this transformation from a technological standpoint, taking into account human talent developed by our country that allows us to uphold a lot of the transformation we've had in the country. The medical devices sector is made up of more than 90 multinational companies. All of them decided to have manufacturing facilities in our country to produce disposable devices or cardiac valves. And these are one of the most regulated sector at the global level. Attracting these companies has thus allowed to generate a model in which there coexist the OIM companies, those original manufacturing companies. And around them, we have been able to attract many of their providers and subcontractors, besides an interesting number of local companies that become local providers of these companies, generating these spillover effects sought when one attracts investment. This sector has grown significantly in the last 20 years. It's quite a resilient sector at the global level, as we well know. And Costa Rica has indeed attracted this kind of investment. Back in the year 2000, we had around 1,000 employees generating $43 million in exports. And nowadays, it's grown exponentially. As to the impact of this sector, nowadays, we have been able to attract 13 of the 30th biggest medical technological companies. And as you can see in this slide, the areas in which we have been able to attract manufacturing companies for devices is most varied. As I said a while ago, this generates a second wave of companies that come to provide secondary services and devices to these OEMs that bring about this exponential growth at the industrial level. This growth has been such that Costa Rica, that 40 years ago had coffee, banana, and sugar accounting for 80% of its exports. Now, the medical devices are the main product exported by the country. It's become more sophisticated, thus transforming local capacities in developing these competencies the country requires for this kind of industry. Overall, it's important to highlight that growth of exports in Costa Rica and this sector has been indeed significant. And nowadays, besides being the main source of goods exports, exports have increased by more than 20 times in this period, and it positions Costa Rica as the second largest exporter of medical devices in the region to the USA after Mexico. We started by exporting disposables, first of all, of not a very high value, and with many exports, though, in this field. But nowadays, we can manufacture more sophisticated products requiring more human talent, generating jobs that have grown in number in a sustainable manner. And during the pandemic, we were able to mitigate the impact of the recession that we may have experienced in the economic growth of our country, hand in hand with these high-tech companies. Nowadays, over 40,000 direct jobs are generated. They have an important characteristic, and that is that 60% of manpower for these manufacturing processes are women. And this has brought about a positive impact, not only as to attracting lowly educated sectors, but we've also experienced an evolution in this female manpower that are filling leadership positions in technical fields, bringing about the mainstreaming of gender in a very dynamic activity on our market. Increase of medical exports has been the most sustained sector. It has grown significantly, but it is the one that generates the most in the way of export of goods. And this, a reflection of this evolution is that it accounts for 61% of total exports in free trade zones and over 30% of total exports in Costa Rica. And as I said, a part of this positive impact of the evolution of this industrial sector and cluster has been the impact on how we've had to learn and train all this talent required by such a regulated industry where controlled environments are important. It's not only a matter of meeting FDA standards or European and Asian requirements, but also we have the need to transform talent from blue-collar workers to a multilingual one, enabling that they be trained in many cases at the international level through training offered locally in English. So hand in hand with academia, we've had to develop a cluster strategy in which academia takes a stance and thus provide an academic offer aligned with the requirements of this industry. We worked with institutions such as the National Learning Institute to develop these skills required for blue-collar workers. Most of the demand of these companies is in that line, but then going up the value chain, we've worked with the vocational schools that train talent at the secondary school level, hand in hand with the transfer of knowledge and technology transferred to the public education ministry, supporting the design and development of new technical specialty areas in the country and new careers at university level. We've had a chance not only to generate this positive impact as to generating knowledge-based capital, but also we've been able to set up a network of allies at the global level, so that hand in hand with these companies that evolve constantly, we have been able to narrow the gaps that appear every time a new line of production comes into the country requiring new skills. That is how we have set up joint master's careers with a local institute like the Institute of Costa Rica and other companies and institutions, in the US in engineering for designing and manufacturing medical devices, and likewise many other partnerships we have been able to establish with research centers and technical training centers. And the natural evolution of this industry leads to have many of these companies decide to develop innovation processes, development and research besides the devices. And with this, the need to go to another stage of development for competencies and skills within the national ecosystem at academic level and in the production chains generated through the natural evolution dynamics of these sectors. And nowadays we have the possibility of not only designing and manufacturing these devices in Costa Rica, but more so that they be part of a sustained development process concerning the skills needed in this innovation within the country through clinical tests for these devices developed in Costa Rica, focusing not only on manufacturing, but also on the national health system. And with this, we've had the opportunity to conceptualize a broader model for positioning Costa Rica as a hub of well-being in medical sciences and quality of life. So a supercluster was created in which the health segment made up by medical devices companies to supplements the pharmaceutical industry, connecting with the well-being segment, harnessing the history and trajectory of medical tourism that our country already has, going through another very dynamic sector that has transformed our national economy, which are our technological and knowledge-based services, which is Costa Rica's main export. We export more services than goods in our case, and services has been the driver underlying this transformation. And finally, going through a sector that's traditional to our economy, which is agribusiness and bioeconomy, so that we have been able to create these synergies to transform our country's economy, generating sustainable growth and well-being for Costa Rica, but bearing in mind the impact too on the rest of the world. Therefore, our evolution in the medical devices sector has significantly supported this view into the future by which the country seeks to develop its investment climate or environment in line with the new technology, the disruptive technologies that may transform our country conditions, generating not only more foreign investments, but hopefully a wealth of local activities in the field of innovation that will allow us to develop our small and medium-sized companies that may connect to global value chains, bringing about that dynamism we expect in the long term. So I wanted to tell you about this experience. It took us around 20 years to develop it. In 1985, we started with Baxter Healthcare that decided to settle in our country, and now with over 92 companies, I can show you the development and reinforcement of the capacities that have happened in this post-pandemic scenario that have to do with the quality of life and sustainability on our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. There's so many common denominators in the presentations by my colleagues. Perhaps the last case, Vanessa's case, sums up precisely such a virtuous example of what we are addressing, which is diversification, deprimarization of our region, and a different insertion, and how this merge happens virtuously when you look at external investment and the domestic capacities, because that reality doesn't happen just because you need special planning by the governments to promote these domestic innovation and technology capacities and making the most of all the multiplying effects that a direct risk investment can bring about. I believe there are issues that cropped up, not just the identification of clusters that can be significant to promote this productive transformation that refers to the ICTs and the information technology with tourism and tourism industry and the multiplying effects it has and the incorporation of all the services which are technology-based, and they're also a relevant factor, and obviously agriculture. Mario was saying that these gaps that we notice in agri-food systems in the interior of our region constitute a huge challenge to transform for transformation purposes as well as technology gaps. And there's something I wanted to mention. This was something that was said, and this is that there's certain timing, certain tension between this objective of improving productivity, the productivity in agricultural cattle raising systems, and at the same time make progress towards a technology transformation agenda, the technology used for agricultural operations and cattle raising operations that need to develop in a parallel manner, just as the energy transition for the economies which are more based on the production of fossil fuel. How do we move? What is the transition to modify the energy matrices to a more diversified matrix based on renewable energies? And do our countries need the time for transition, but they also need funding? I'd like to conclude with what the UN Secretary General mentioned yesterday when he called upon the IMF and international funding mechanisms regarding the need to increase capital and the loan capabilities for our economies, which are underdeveloped and require naturally financial grace periods and oxygen to address these transformations and challenges we have ahead of us. I do think now, let me see. Thank you, Mercedes. This is the moment then when we would like any delegations to make use of the floor, to take the floor. As we said yesterday, put up your names, and I can't read from here, but my colleagues will help me guess who wants to take the floor. Thank you. Venezuela has requested the floor. Please do so, Venezuela.
Voy a avisar para los que nos están mirando.
Those of us that are viewing us, there's a problem with our mics. We're trying to sort that out so that Venezuela can take the floor, okay? Just a minute.
Mira, mira. pedir. Mientras solucionamos el problema para que la delegación de Venezuela pueda ser.
We need to sort this out for Venezuela to take the floor. But I'd like to know if there's any other delegation that would like to take the floor also. Cuba. Let's see if you can do so. If you can take the floor, we can sort things out for Venezuela. And we have a mic. Thank you very much. Greetings to the president, to the executive secretary of ECLAC, to all the panelists, esteemed delegates and guests. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank, in the first place, the panelists, their wonderful presentations, and the secretariat of ECLAC for putting together the position document towards a transformation of Latin America and the Caribbean. Production and sustainability, innovation and sustainability. We agree that to be successful regarding challenges regarding sustainable development, this is a complex effort that we have to make efforts nationally at a domestic level with national and subnational plans, public policies, coordination mechanism for institutions, and dialogue spaces and participation spaces between the different stakeholders in line with the global vision of the 2030 agenda. We agree on the fact that sector investment strategies that were mentioned in the morning allow to order processes for development nationally based on the different priority of catalysts of economic growth, social inclusion, and the protection of the environment, given the insufficient funding and limited resources available to close the structural gaps of the current models, overcoming the existing challenges and complying the targets and objectives provided for in the agenda. I would like to tell you how we're addressing these issues in Cuba in our economic model. Sectoral investment has been one of the bases of the more modern configuration of our economic and social development model. Cuba has right now a national development plan for the economy and society up to 2030, with sectors that which for the Cuban economy are key to encourage development. These sectors don't differ too much from the ECLAC proposal, which has been submitted in the last reports. For instance, tourism, the biotechnology, pharmaceutical sector, the electro-energetic sector, stressing the renewable account for energy, producing food, professional services, and construction. These are sectors which help economic growth, generation of employment, and to mitigate the illiquidity problem we have in Cuba after the COVID-19 pandemic. Income is redistributed through fiscal and monetary mechanisms to support the social protection systems provided by the Cuban state. On the other hand, we also have an economic and social strategy we've called for to drive the economy and face the worldwide crisis brought on by COVID-19 based on different principles addressed at protecting national production, reducing imports, fostering supplementarity between the national stakeholders, making the most of the dynamizing role of internal demand by the economy, promoting an environmental policy that will be aligned and harmonic with the social environment. There are 16 areas that are key, comprising these sectors that I've mentioned within the Development National Plan, that coincide with some ECLAC strategies proposed by ECLAC. In this strategy, there is a group of measures to be implemented that go from reinforcing the monetary, financial, and fiscal system right up to fostering and increasing competitivity of SMEs, which are a new stakeholder in Cuba that have great momentum, and as well as the promotion of exports naturally. Now, both governing documents, both the plan as a strategy, are the expression and the commitment of Cuba's commitment to keep on moving on with the implementation of the 2030 agenda to construct a socialist, a well-doing society without leaving anybody out, on three pillars, which are science, technology, and innovation, necessary, as we've just heard, to achieve these development goals. based on the efforts made, supported by ECLAC and UNDP, we're working at drawing up a funding framework for the development of SDGs in Cuba with the purpose of identifying sources and funding resources available to comply with the 2030 agenda and materialize these sector investments that will be key to reach development. As part of this initiative, there was an exercise about SDG implementation in Cuba, whose conclusions reinforce sector strategies of the Cuban development model. At the time that it evidenced the high consistency with the national development plans and the 2030 agenda. Dear participants, the Cuban state works and studies how to improve on the funding of development in the complex international scenario that prevails, in order to foster investment, both with public flows supported by the national budget, as well as private flows, whether domestic or foreign. In particular, there are important efforts made to attract foreign direct investment flows, also ordered by sectors. In this effort to attract foreign direct investments and to provide external funding for Cuban development, the economic blockade and the financial blockade imposed by the U.S. government against Cuba for over 60 years, which was unprecedented in its strength during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the implementation of all the scope of the extraterritorial law ex-Hitzberg and the sponsor, and including Cuba in the list of terrorism sponsors, is a horrible obstacle to meet our development and the plan we've set. At the same time, I would like to ratify Cuba's commitment and the effort made to implement the 2030 agenda domestically and regionally by means of solidarity, cooperation, multilateralism, and regional integration. I reiterate our good impressions about the document put forward, and I thank the moderator for having allowed us to take the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Cuba. And now, yes, I think Venezuela can take the floor, and we apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. Very kind of you for allowing me to take the floor. A pleasure. Thank you to all the panelists. Greetings to all the delegations at this 39th session of ECLAC. The panel was very good, and even maths were addressed, and the investment, the sectoral investment, means as a trigger of sustainable development. In our case, domestically speaking, despite of the coercive unilateral measures, we have a Bolivarian economic agenda, which includes 18 production drivers, precisely. I'm not going to name them all, but there's the agro-industrial driver, because we have right now a potential to seed 30 million hectares, and 80% of our food we're producing domestically. And that potential, given the intervention by the regional FAO director in this environment, fundamental, isn't it, the production of food? I mean, the pandemic taught us enough, didn't it, about this and how we need to place that potential in the region and even outside the region for the production, for consumption of calories, to make a livelihood. There's another driver, which is the communal economy or social economy driver. Our people has organized and strengthened domestic production, and there's the driver that tourism means, and industry, and the ecologic mining driver. I mean, so many production elements that for us domestically means a high potential regarding the region, as I said a moment ago. And we've started a process with a charter for special economic areas. There's five of them, 5 special economic areas for different investments with the necessary guarantees in this environment. But I'd like to draw your attention about the impact that the unilateral coercive measures against Venezuela have. It's not just against Venezuela. For us to be able to make a contribution regionally regarding all our potential, these unilateral coercive measures also restrict us, because some of the countries that are in our region in Latin America and the Caribbean are effective. And this is an element that needs to be analyzed by ECLAC. So we're proposing right now, ECLAC, and we're going to put it in black and white, a study about the impact of unilateral coercive measures, not just domestically for Venezuela. Cuba has just pointed out some elements with all the over 60 years blockade, but there's also an impact regionally. But even for the more vulnerable situations in the case of Venezuela. And that study would be very important with a double combination, domestically and also at a regional level, to measure ourselves with the same indicators. I'm talking about Venezuela, with the same indicators prevailing for a country that don't have unilateral coercive measures. It's impossible, absolutely impossible, because our indicators, we can make any comment and there's immediately a campaign, amazing campaign against us for us not to move forward. But to measure this is not feasible, as if we all had the same standards. Unilateral coercive measures have a key role, fundamental role against us. And this is another element that we need to set in place to supplement all these presentations, so that we find a way to see how all together in the region might help each other as people, as economies, because we have all the advantages. I'm not going to repeat them, all the advantages to produce domestically, as well as to take our production elsewhere worldwide, especially given the war in Europe. Look at what's happening. Look at the energy. Where is the energy apart from the Middle East and Africa? In our region, that's where we have it. And Venezuela has a fundamental role with the greatest reserves of oil, as well as the fifth reserve of gas, and so on. So aggressions that we've had to endure, we're paying back those that have assaulted us, even within the region. So that's how we want to call upon you people for ECLAC to make this study. And thank you very much for allowing me to take the floor. Very kind of you. Thank you, Venezuela. And with this, I wanted to thank Minister Marco del Pont, who was with us today moderating the table. And I also wanted to tell you that in this table about investments, I'm sorry, that's the Dominican Republic wants to take the floor. As usual, I hadn't seen them. I'm sorry. So thank you very much, Mrs. President. Good morning, everybody. I'll be brief. I just wanted to congratulate the panel, this morning's panel, who was outstanding as a common factor of what we mentioned yesterday, the fact that our region is a set of sub-regions, and how very often the issues we address push in a direction those countries that are in the continent, and in a different direction those that are situated elsewhere, like the energy transition. The energy transition for the countries producing oil in our region is more an environmental question, environmental sustainability. But for us, it's environmental sustainability, but also public finance, because that oil dimension is what weighs on us when you look at imports. Same with electromobility. For those countries with lots of commodities and natural resources, electromobility can turn into a source of industry. For us, it's rather having usage to improve, indeed, the use of resources regarding transport more than an industry. And I believe that this chapter of the report and this panel makes us see that these sector policies generate a chain, a value chain, depending on the peculiarities of each country. You can join the chain or not. What is first and paramount for us is sustainable tourism to create jobs. Tourism is by far the economic activity that is a chain link producing of different links in our economy. That means that this is very important, and we're walking towards this. We've really moving towards inbound destination tourism, not just hotel chains, but also cascading on communities and connecting with other productive systems in the nation. So you see, for us, that's very important. And that's where all that digital transformation needs to connect, and where circular economy, both circular economy and digital transformation, is a challenge in our countries where most of the economy is small and middle-sized companies. So how do we manage for small and middle-sized companies to engage in the digital transformation and circular economy efforts in a way that they can become more productive and can approach the productivity of the big companies? We would like to congratulate, in the case of Costa Rica, we're also walking towards this industry. We're moving from the manufacturing tax haven, duty-free areas to another industry like the medical devices or healthcare devices industry. And I think this is a good idea where small countries can join to render quality jobs, because we used to say that was before that this was just a duty-free area and this was very industrial, but now it's quality. It's not just industrial. It needs human capital training, and a distribution of the jobs involved. So we're happy about that. And we believe that we can only do this by having a long-term vision. As we see, this began in '85. We had different administrations, but this is also going on. So have a long-term vision, I think, is very helpful. And having the articulation capability with the different sectors, because these policies here in place are not generated unilaterally, but rather require the different social policies involved. And I believe that with this state continuity and long-term and policy articulation, we can end up in success stories such as this. So wonderful, and congratulations. Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. And now we would like Bahamas to take the floor.
Thank you very much. First, let me say thank you very much for the kind invitation to be here, and also congratulations on the excellent arrangements for us. It's been a very welcoming atmosphere for me. The last time I was here was in 2005, which is a long time ago, for the Summit of the Americas, which was at Mar del Plata. It's interesting to see the progress the country has made, so thank you again. It just occurred to me that as I was listening to all of the views about sectoral investment and drivers of sustainable development, one of the things that was left out was the issue of what's called generally the orange economy. And that is the question of investment in intellectual property. And this comes to me because recently there was a movie that was just released in the US called Nope. And when the producer of the movie was asked what inspired the movie, he called the name of a Bahamian artist named Tony McKay, who's now passed on. And he said his music inspired the movie. And Tony McKay's estate, I believe, would be the beneficiary of the use of the music in that movie years after his passing. It then brought to mind a push that was made by P.J. Patterson, who's the former Prime Minister of Jamaica, who came to a CARICOM meeting to ask CARICOM countries to make a decision, public policy, to invest heavily in what's now called the orange economy, but what he was saying was sports and culture. And he gave the example of Bob Marley's estate, which he said at the time was the third highest earner in the world of royalties for music. I was just reading up online. They're saying that various estimates put the state at worth something like $500 billion today. Usain Bolt, who is an athlete, was able, because of the investment in athletics in Jamaica, to make himself a hugely successful brand worldwide today, bringing enormous benefits to Jamaica. And one of the reasons Jamaica, of all of us in the CARICOM or Caribbean region, is able to push above its weight, I believe, is precisely because of Bob Marley's music. So, for example, you would have, wherever in the world I go, and they say, you're from the Caribbean, the first thing they ask is Bob Marley. When President Obama came to Jamaica, we were at a meeting, and he had to leave. And he said, I'm sorry to cut this meeting short, but I've got to go see Bob Marley's house before I leave. So culture and investment in intellectual property is clearly something that has enormous benefits for countries. And I'm sure that every country around this table can point out their athletes, their musicians who helped promote their country overseas. And it has this other benefit, and that is, for our kids, when what we call the Golden Girls, 4 of them won the Olympic gold medal in Australia. And later our men won the Olympic gold medals for the relay in London. The little kids in Nassau would look on television and say to themselves, I can do that. And so it helps to cause people to want to aspire to greater things. We have, for a small country, something like 4 or 5 athletes, if I'm not mistaken, who are in the NBA in the United States. Again, earning tremendous sums of money. And they are all inculcated in the ethos that they're supposed to reach back and help those who are back at home. Again, I think that, so we came up with the idea as a government that it's important for us to invest in sports. It's important for us to invest in culture. There was a tune that was very popular in 1971 called Funky Nassau, which was written by 2 Bahamians and performed by a Bahamian group. And it's earned revenues for them. And we found out recently that they've been trying to litigate the infringement of their copyright, because when they were younger musicians, they signed away rights for a specific period of time. That is now expired. The rights are still owned by one of these huge conglomerates, and they have to fight that conglomerate to get the royalties which they deserve. And we were thinking as a government that we ought to get ourselves involved in trying to help them with that fight. So it is just to say that Cuba has done a good job with the training of its athletes and in the cultural field. And it's just to raise that point that we have tremendous and enormous potential in our people. And anything that comes out of this whole discussion about the economy should not forget that if we invest in our people, that there are tremendous benefits which will come back to our societies. And that we should never forget that that's actually who we serve, the people. That's why we're sitting around this table. And I hope that, if anything, this small country, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, can recommend to all countries around the world is that investment in people. And the adjunct now, the growth of this orange economy, which is sustainable. It's a low carbon impact. The benefits are exponential. And I know Chris Brown, who is also an Olympic athlete, one of those who won the gold medal, or Rick Fox, who was an NBA star, Michael Thompson, his son Clay, Buddy Hield, the kids in my high school, in one of my districts at home. I took them on a tour, or sponsored a tour in one of our northern islands. And I sent them to all the sites, the natural sites, but they wanted to go into the hometown of Buddy Hield to see where he played basketball. So this tells you that this reinforces this point about how it inspires kids to do better and aspires to greatness. And I hope, again, without being redundant, that this is something which I can impress upon all countries, is the continued investment in our people and the growth potential for development that allows our countries. Thank you very much for the intervention.
We thank the delegation of Bahamas. Would anyone else like to take the floor? So we will have concluded this panel. I thank all panelists. Ms. Marco del Pont, who chaired it or moderated it, and thanks to all the delegations for their very interesting contributions. We will rearrange things. We'll have a deserved coffee break until 11:25. We come back at that time because the panelists have been convened at 11:30. So now we go to our coffee break.
Hi, Karen. I hope you can hear me. This is Helia speaking for Raga.
Good afternoon,
Hi,
Ms. Raga.
yeah, I'm her assistant. My name is Helia. I'm testing the Zoom for her, actually.
Ah, okay, don't worry. Perfect. We can see you and we can hear you clear.
Wonderful. It's great. Sorry, there's a lot of noise because I couldn't manage to put myself in a space that is less noisy, but Raga Arnadottir will have a quiet space to intervene
Perfect.
in the
Perfect.
panel.
Don't
So
worry.
I'm really wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Can you stay 1 minute?
Of course.
We need to test the room in Argentina. Okay.
Sure,
So
sure.
wait a little moment and the technician will speak to you.
My
Thank
pleasure, of course.
Hola, probando desde la sala. Hello, Christy from the conference room, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. I can hear you perfectly.
Excellent, excellent.
Can you too?
Yeah, we can see, we can hear you very well. Give me a second, we'll check the video. 1 second. Por favor, de la producción, si nos pueden enviar un video de Zoom. De la producción, si nos pueden enviar un video de la Zoom, por favor.
Sorry, are you talking to me? I'm sorry, I just don't speak Spanish, which is a shame.
No.
No, not to me. Okay.
No.
De la producción, si nos pueden enviar el video de la Zoom en sala, por favor. So just to confirm that your video, if you can present your video in the conference room. Second, please. Excellent. So now we have your video in the conference room. Thank you very much. Hello?
Yes, great, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. So for you, everything is fine.
Yes, all great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, bienvenidas otra vez las delegaciones.
We welcome the delegations. We will resume our activity with panel 4 called International Cooperation in the Face of a New Multilateralism. And I'm going to ask and thank Sabina Frederick, who's the president of the Argentine Agency for International Cooperation and Humanitarian Assistance, White Helmets, to introduce the panelists and coordinate this session. Thank you for being here, Sabina. Thank you, Cecilia. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank ECLAC for including this topic to be discussed at this 39th session of CEPAL. Just a brief presentation on this topic and on the panelists. Yesterday and today, many times it's been said that our region, and this is something we already know, is the most unequal one in the world, and that inequality is replicated within our countries with deep asymmetries in many cases and with inequality gaps in different niches of our countries. International technical cooperation has proven to be a very important tool having an impact on the mitigation of development. Our region has a vast experience in South-South cooperation, that is horizontal, symmetric cooperation that seeks comprehensiveness of development, with many experiences that will be mentioned here today. But on the other hand, there's been a sort of restriction or even punishment to most of the countries in our region through this graduation system that classifies all countries except Haiti as middle income or upper middle income countries. This rating of our countries through a single indicator, which is that of income per capita, has had a negative impact, restricting us in the possibility of accessing funds to enhance technical cooperation in its different modalities, bilateral, multilateral, safe or triangular cooperation, which is a way of offsetting this restriction. At this 39th plenary session of ECLAC, we have the possibility to discuss how to exit this trap, how to continue exiting this trap, because our countries have found a way to overcome it somehow. And through this debate, we hope to find ways of renewing the system. Before going to the topics to be addressed by the panel, I'd like to mention who are the panelists. There's gender equality here, so we've really improved. With us on the panel are Eva de Lojo Barbosa, Director General of Sustainable Development Policies at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain, Miriam Ferran, Deputy Director General for International Partnerships of the European Commission, Rodrigo Malmierca, Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment in Cuba, Gloria Sandoval. There at the end, she is Director General for Project Execution Abroad of the Mexican Agency for International Development Cooperation, AMEXIT. Enrique O'Farrell, Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development, AGECID, and Rajemor Elin Arnadotir, excuse my pronunciation, Director of Development of Cooperation and Development of the OECD, who will be with us here online. The guiding pillars of the presentations to be made by our colleagues on this panel are as follows, in line with what I said at the beginning. The first has to do with how to go beyond this graduation rationale and promote a more horizontal development and cooperation, more solidarity based, which should be the regional strategy. And who should be our partners, and what should we use to build technical capabilities for multidimensional and sustainable development. The second guiding pillar of the presentations today are what should be the indicators allowing to identify in the region from a multidimensional approach, respectful of the peculiarities of our countries, the different vulnerabilities and inequalities, so as to guide and focus international technical cooperation and more adequately define projects for inclusive and sustainable development. And the third pillar is how to strengthen cooperation organizations, our cooperation organizations, which are the priority factors in our region, and how our countries can collaborate with one another and with other regions. Having said this, we now give the floor to the first panelist, Eva de Lojo Barbosa, Director General of Sustainable Development Policies at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, European Union and Cooperation of Spain. Thank you very much for this opportunity you've given me. My special greetings from the Secretary of State for Sustainable Development, Pilar Cancela. She was unable to come, but she would have loved to have been here. Spanish cooperation thinks the session, the questions, and the title provided to this session is really pertinent because it reflects the way of thinking and operating of Spain's cooperation agency. This is nothing new if I say that this is a key time for the relationship between Europe and Latin America. Key times that for Spanish cooperation is nothing new. It is a continuation of a process that has been in place for decades of joint work. The last 2 years have brought about a rupture in continuity somehow, not in its intrinsic meaning, because Spain has defended all the work it does beyond the criteria of revenue, considering multidimensional aspects, not only in the country partnerships, but also at a general level. But it's true that the pandemic, COVID, and the Ukraine war have entailed the need for reflection on how we want to move forward. In that regard, first thing I must mention is that Spain is preparing a new international cooperation and global solidarity law that will hopefully be passed in the next few weeks in the lower house, and it entails many changes. It's an innovative law. The other one had been in place for 24 years, but it sets two foundations. Firstly, the priority working region for Spanish cooperation is Latin America, as it should be, but among others, of course, but more specifically Latin America beyond income and considering countries in transition. And Spanish cooperation defines itself as European cooperation, in which we want the criteria of Spain to be borne in mind when making decisions at the EU, and we are very much aligned with European institutions indeed. And Spanish cooperation agencies feel totally embedded within the European processes. So our country partnership frameworks, what they do is to bring in the European projects for implementing the 2030 agenda, and to provide the region support to Latin America beyond income. One of the novelties is that the law undertakes official aid to development, the more traditional cooperation flows, and but it goes beyond considering other sustainable development flows that are classified as other aid flows, and they open up the possibility to potential programs that not only OAD, but for the implementation of the 2030 agenda and the mutual support between regions. We need a series of instruments as the SDG 17 and Addis Ababa agenda spell out. We need other kinds of leveraging, other kinds of instruments that, in our opinion, must be developed with Latin America. I think that the war in Ukraine and COVID has led us to work betting on the multilateral development system, thinking that all together we work better. And this has been an example in Spain with a donation of vaccines. It's a fifth in the world and second in the region as a donor of vaccines, always hand in hand with the European Union. I think we've worked very well together and have shown that it's good to work jointly. That's how we want to work in the future with Latin America. This is nothing new if I say that in the next master plan of Spanish cooperation that will be developed once the law has been passed in the next few months, we're going to work in the region on transition. Spain has always betted on a social transition, which is a result of all those that are embedded therein, a productive digital transition, a green transition too. I think that Spain will be working in new ways in certain areas that it hasn't worked on in the region, but that it believes are key sectors, always betting on, and that is how Spain works in its partnership agreements within the EU, based on development efficiency concepts. Well, there's a policy guide between regions, and then there must be an explanation on what we must work on to reach out to the most vulnerable populations so that the transition takes place equitably and among all of us. In the dialogue established by Spanish cooperation, we have the participation of many stakeholders, civil society among them. Spain always proposes the localization of SDG, working on a multi-dimensional and multi-administration basis. Spain will always work hand in hand with the EU and Latin America, so we feel more supported than in previous years. We always mention this with our colleagues when we've gone to working groups at the EU. We usually talked about how important Latin America was, and this has now changed, and it's good news indeed. I think that working for the Spanish presidency, it'll be important for the dialogue policy to be established before a set of instruments and solutions is offered. And once we have that dialogue in place, OAD and other investments will be targeted. In this sense, I believe it's important for the EU actions and Spanish cooperation be based on Europe for all, and also we should work with the whole of Latin America, and not only through Portugal or Spain or Germany that usually work more with Latin America. We must involve all European countries, knowing that these are two continents that can understand one another very well, work together and set up a long-term alliance, a structured one, meeting the needs of both. That's what it's all about. Transitions, I believe, not only as the moderator mentioned, have to do with income, but also with different topics there. You will find the Spanish Cooperation Agency present in the prior decade. We always remind you of this. There was a drastic decline in Spain's funds, and different institutions encouraged us to reduce member or partners, but we continue having cooperation with middle income and upper middle income countries and newly graduated countries. We invented a new way of working called advanced cooperation. We're going to rethink about this, and our country partnership agreements will have room for all, but Spanish cooperation hasn't left Mexico, Chile, or countries with whom, in theory, there are mutual needs and dialogues. And many sectors that are being proposed through a global gateway, European team initiatives, all these actions being proposed by the European Union are aligned with how Spanish cooperation is working. We believe there's a threefold transition along all dimensions of the 2030 agenda, and you're going to find Spanish cooperation present there. Thank you very much, Eva, for not running over time. And you're now going to recognize Miriam Ferran. I remind you, she's Deputy Director General for International Partnerships of the European Commission. Miriam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, and thank you very much, ECLAC, for organizing this meeting, this roundtable, and for having invited me this morning. I'm going to try to answer your questions, but also the comments made by Eva without being an intra-European dialogue. But it's tough for me not to tell Eva that I fully agree with everything she said, and that when she posed questions such as if I thought that the Spanish cooperation was involved and integrated within the European Union, I'm very happy to say absolutely. So now the question was how to evolve regarding international cooperation, given the challenges which the multilateralism has to face. I'd have one word for that, a key word, which I would very much like to decline in different actions in Brussels, is partnership. So we believe that to keep multilateralism going, that the recent events, in particular the aggression war of Russia against Ukraine, has identified, we need more than ever to work globally on and at partnerships. That begins and defines the method with which we believe we need to develop cooperation. And this means to move out of the logic of donors on one side and beneficiaries on the other side, to move into partnership. And to move into true partnership means partners at the same level, talking to find global solutions to global challenges. And reality shows that the challenges we're facing, whether in Europe or in Latin America and the Caribbean, are mostly regarding global challenges to fight against climate change, or the need to strengthen healthcare services and systems after COVID, how to increase inclusivity in our policies, and how to help the most vulnerable populations. All those challenges we can face jointly as partners in partnership. And that's the reason why the European Commission has gone as far as changing the name. the Directorate for Cooperation by international partnerships. So this notion, partnership, is used for countries, but especially also regionally. And within the two regions, as I was saying, and I'm very happy to be able to tell Eva that the significance of the partnership between the European Union and the Latin American Caribbean region is renowned and recognized by everybody at the European Union, not just by some member states that are closer to the region. So we've established the bi-regional relationship at the highest political level. Tomorrow, you'll have the opportunity to hear High Representative Borrell, who will be coming here to ratify the political significance of bi-regional cooperation for the European Union. And this is why we are working, and we will be working with Spain and the European Union. We're working at holding a summit next year that will be heads of governments and heads of states between the two regions to show the importance, the political importance of the process. And this cooperation method, we see also in the method for the implementation and strategy of our cooperation. To connect this, we've adopted a global gateway strategy a year ago, which is the European offer to our partners. We're offering supporting sustainable investments. When I say investments, it's much more than infrastructure projects. We're talking about sustainability of investments, also in human capital, all the soft measures that go with an investment, and this goes from administrative reforms, technical assistance. So we have a strategy that is focused on the 5 main priorities which we are facing. And this is fighting climate change, digital transition, the need for connectivity in terms of transport, energy, the need to develop education, quality educational systems, and to strengthen healthcare systems, and the need to secure economic growth in a sustainable way and an inclusive way, taking into consideration the most vulnerable communities and going right out to the cope with the different vulnerabilities. So this is the strategy, and to implement it and to have a greater impact, we've developed a range of measures that we will be implementing together at the European Union. What I mean together, I mean with the member states. This is what we call the Europe team. We've selected these priorities, which are the main priorities, and together with cooperation funds that we are merging, we have expanded the partnership level to go beyond the OAD, because clearly the needs for funding are much more than what the OAD has stated, regardless of whether the agency is capable of helping with. So to move forward, we also work with the private sector because we believe it's fundamental, and this was talked over in depth in the previous session. We think it's fundamental to work with the private sector to reach the sustainable development goals. And this is why we've put together instruments that will allow us to do this. And this new financial instrument that we call Global Europe. This instrument does not take into consideration the graduation criteria. And that's why we consider it's a much more modern instrument that will allow us to work with the region in a global way, independently of the graduation level of the different countries. So for us, it's an improvement in terms of access and of the way to work in an inclusive and a regional way with everybody. So I'd like to put forward the methods for us that we believe in partnerships with the beneficiary partners, politically and cooperation-wise, and the cooperation supplements political priorities defined in common between the partners. We do have a method and the instruments that will allow us to work in partnership within the European Union, with our member states, with our banks, and bringing forward the public sector. So this would be a partnership with the public sector too. The last to extend the scope of this partnership, that would be that we do a lot and we want to increase triangular cooperation with other countries that share our same values, and we are negotiating and meeting strategic agreements with many other countries, third-party countries, and we can work together with Japan, with India, with the US, with so many other partners, that when we have a common field of action, we can guarantee activities that are joint activities, which will allow us to work in a global way in favor of multilateralism. Thank you very much. And I apologize if I took too much time. Thank you very much, Miriam, for your intervention. Good news, lovely. We certainly welcome that. And now we will ask the minister that's somewhere over there, Rodrigo Malmierca, who's a Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment of Cuba. We would like Rodrigo to take the floor. Thank you very much. Personally, it's a privilege to share this podium with renowned panelists, true experts in these areas. In the first place, thank you to ECLAC, to the ECLAC Secretariat, and to the government of Argentina for having called upon us a specific panel specifically focused on international cooperation. Because though the situation we face, the UN Secretary General defined as critical, because of the pandemic, because of climate change, because of different factors. More recently, the Ukraine war that has an impact on the international economy. The scenario we need to face in Latin American, Caribbean countries is very complex, and international cooperation needs to be a premise in which the globalized world in which we live is necessary if we want to interact ones with the others. We can't live isolated, and to implement the 2030 agenda and meet the Sustainable Development Goals, it is indispensable to have a cooperation and solidarity approach. The moderator, our friend Sabrina, has asked her to comment on certain technical aspects of this issue. We believe the logic, the rationale of graduation we have to do away with. We need to measure the needs of countries based on a more integral approach, not just connected with the GDP or national income. middle-income countries and countries with special features like our brotherly states from the Caribbean require a different kind of attention, not just restricted to a sole indicator at the time of promoting international cooperation. We need to evolve towards, I'd say, a higher international cooperation model with greater understanding of the challenges of developing countries, which will vary greatly from one to the other, because we all have special features and characteristics, and we need to build the future in an inclusive and transparent way. We value something very positive, the Secretary General's initiative, I mean the UN Secretary General, who was able to talk about this multidimensional situation, including vulnerability. In conclusion, we need to renew international cooperation, and this has to start at a multilateral, stronger dialogue, something for which ECLAC can play a very important role. And we believe that the Argentine pro tempore presidency will support this based on a common understanding of all the actors and the citizens in general. And this will allow us to arrive at another kind of conclusions, much closer to the prevailing reality. Cuba has always defended the fact that each country, no matter how small, has a contribution to make, and the South-South cooperation can see this all the time. It was very glad for us to see the representative of the European Commission, to hear her promoting triangular projects where different countries will join, or different institutions, to promote cooperation. I think this multiplies the possibilities of making it, reaching out to wherever we need to go. I also believe that we need to remember and remind ourselves of different programmatic documents that have been adopted: the Buenos Aires Action Plan, the Nairobi Declaration, ratified recently at the second UN Conference on South-South Cooperation, known as PAO Plus 40. This is the VAPA Plus 40. So these international organisms of UN need to be more active in their role. Some institutions are very efficient, such as the UNDP or the Fund for Population or the FAO or the Worldwide Food Program. And I believe that everybody can play a very important role, more and more important as time goes by. To strengthen international cooperation, it also involves the need of developed countries playing a more important role also, allocating more resources, meeting the famous official aid to development that the UN adopted decades ago. And I believe we also need to pay attention to several innovative mechanisms upon using technical assistance mechanisms that need to be closer to our needs, to transfer technology, which will be environmentally sustainable. I mean, they're all objectives that we need to promote from a regional perspective in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we believe we can do so. We can grow, providing international cooperation in a more efficient way. I also wanted to tell you something, and this is that in the big challenges, sometimes big challenges pose big opportunities for development and opportunities to foster international cooperation. In this event, we've heard more than once the famous vaccine apartheid when we're talking about fighting COVID-19. Double challenge for Cuba, not only the apartheid, but also the economic, the trade and financial blockade by the US government against our countries. which is more than 60 years old and which is today stronger than ever. And we had to find our own solution. Our scientists were able to develop 3 vaccines against COVID-19 and 2 projects that are being researched. We've been able to vaccinate all the population, including children over 12 years old. And on that basis, we were able to control the disease at home. But this has allowed us to donate vaccines to Caribbean countries and others, providing vaccines to other countries that need them. In the middle of the pandemic, in its worst peak, 59 countries received Cuban medical brigades, supporting them and helping them to cope with the pandemic. I mean that we always have to be on the watch out as to the opportunities of not just stay sitting down and saying, I can't cope with this, I'm under so much pressure. No, this is not the way. We have to move on. We have to face problems, and I believe united, we're all in a better position to do so. That's why I wanted to thank the organizers inviting us to this panel, because all this is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Rodrigo Malmierca. I'm now going to give the floor to Gloria Sandoval, Director General for Project Execution Abroad of the Mexican Agency for International Development Cooperation, AMEXIT. Gloria, please. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As a representative of the Mexican Agency for International Development Cooperation, I thank the organizers for inviting us to this important event, because this is a pertinent forum to share development experiences as a member of a region that experiences great challenges. Within this framework, I wish to share some elements on the vision that directs the foreign policy of the Mexican government in international cooperation within a global environment. The information we currently have on the countries across the world is more accurate and accessible. Therefore, we undertake the commitment to translate this into projects whose margin of error is lower and lower, and with a greater impact in their execution. Always thinking of promoting social development from a humanitarian point of view. What Mexico's foreign policy has done, sharing successful stories with our countries in the region. Through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Mexican Agency for Cooperation, we are clear about the role it must undertake to adjust to the new circumstances that force us to make the most of the advantages we have being part of a bloc of countries whose physical barriers are overcome thanks to technology, thus contributing the good practices we have accumulated in social programs based on solidarity. The solidarity that characterizes us. Mexico is global because it is convinced that it has to share. We know that acting individually limits the development of society, slows down inclusion processes, opens inequality gaps, and lays aside the most vulnerable. And we must see to all this jointly. The most significant recent example of this way of doing politics at the international level was a pandemic that brought about a complex scenario across the world. A situation in which Mexico acted consistently with its premises by providing ventilators manufactured in our country, which were used for the comprehensive care of patients affected by COVID in different countries. Likewise with the vaccines, despite the scarcity and all the difficulties, they were shared with all. At these very urgent times for humanity, we set up the Central American Regulatory Group to increase technical cooperation in health and contribute to the public health of Central America, made up by AMEXID, Mesoamerica Project, and the Executive Secretariat of the Council of Ministers of Health of Central America and the Dominican Republic. We recognize that the great challenges of humanity call for immediate actions. That's why harnessing the virtues of international cooperation as a tool to bring us closer together, we have harnessed the possibility of establishing bonds with our Central American countries to implement projects focused on creating opportunities for the most vulnerable sectors with an overarching approach. Proof of this are the projects that in Honduras and El Salvador provide labor inclusion options with positive effects as to training, enrollment, sustainability, family agriculture, inclusion in productive change, just to mention a few of the strengths of the project, whose design allows us to have short-term outcomes. Likewise, we have projects with Belize, Colombia, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, in which we have a tool to address latent situations worldwide from a comprehensive, close, binding view. All these projects face challenges, but these end up in public policies that strengthen institutional life. Proof of this is the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger within the Latin American and Caribbean Parliament that has adopted family agriculture laws, artisan fisheries, and community and sanitation water systems. Other topics such as disaster prevention, climate change, education are addressed from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Mexico, thinking that we have a geographical, social, and political location that brings us together with other countries that are similar to us to build a better future. Testimony of the work that the Mexican government carries out in the other countries of our region. I'd like to share a video that illustrates some of the programs that we implemented at AMEXID as America Without Hunger and Youth Building the Future, that have become embedded among beneficiaries because they are considered the core factor of inclusive public policy, sensitive to their environment and from a humanitarian profile. In Mexico, we know that solidarity will bring about a difference. Based on these values, we can reinforce each of our actions and execute each one within its jurisdiction, the functions that would allow citizens to develop in better conditions and positively changing their reality. The video, please. The Secretariat of Foreign Affairs. No, sorry, the sound is terrible. We can't hear the video. The Mexican Agency for International Cooperation for Development, AMEXID, is in charge of carrying out actions in international cooperation to promote sustainable human development through actions that contribute to the eradication of poverty, unemployment, inequality, and social exclusion. The foreign policy actions carried out by AMEXID are based on a humanitarian and social welfare basis, promoting the design of new and successful projects to supply and receive international cooperation. So far, Mexico has shared its experience in creating and implementing social programs by bringing together carrying out actions with private and public organizations to directly favor beneficiaries, creating economic growth opportunities and development opportunities in their countries of origin. These efforts are materialized through the implementation of programs Sowing Life and Youth Building the Future in Honduras and El Salvador, which contribute to mitigating the structural causes that give rise to human mobility in the region. The active role played by Mexico Mexico in our region is related to understanding those challenges that have no borders, challenges like migration, poverty, hunger, health, education, among others, which are common problems calling for the alignment of efforts among nations so as to address the challenges in the same geographical area. Therefore, the Mexican government participates in the Central American Integration and Development Project and the Central American Project Against Hunger, with FAO providing labor inclusion options with positive effects as to training, sustainability, care of the environment, innovation and transfer of technology, cooperation in health, risk management, housing, education, and food security to benefit the region. Finally, the unexpected complex scenario that our region is experiencing nowadays as a result of the pandemic, natural disasters, poverty, and inequality must bring about a change regarding how we address the impacts on the economic and social sectors of the countries that make up this part of the world, encouraging the need to have closer bonds among the nations so as to commonly face the specific challenges and global adversities that are before us.
Gracias.
Thank you. So with these kind of actions, we've managed to put together cooperation networks, projects that help governments, organizations, private initiatives, universities, research centers that are household scale. And this allows to approach the global world. And this is something that all inhabitants of the planet are entitled to, sharing the problems, but finding solutions. Let's do what we have to do when we can do it, because acting, that makes a difference. Taking action, action as a sole entity, as a sole unit, sharing issues throughout the different parts of the planet. Let's act accordingly and as the humanity expects us to do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gloria. And now we are going to ask Enrique O'Farrell, the Executive Director of the Chilean Agency for International Cooperation for Development, AGCID, to take the floor. Thank you. I too want to thank the Secretariat of ECLAC for the invitation and the government of Argentina for presiding over this meeting here. And greetings to all the delegations. Classifications based exclusively on GDP, per capita GDP, don't reflect all the multidimensional vulnerabilities and the needs for funding, technical cooperation, and training opportunities for human capital in the region. A region that, as we know, is mid-income, high and high mid-income, with the exception of Haiti. That is why the classification and gradation mechanisms with restriction for mid and high-income countries of international cooperation are not feasible, neither to address the current crisis, including those regarding climate change. Chile and Uruguay were approved as per capita income in 2017, but prior to then, Trinidad and Tobago had graduated, Barbados, and apparently Antigua and Bermuda and Panama are all in the list. So this will affect growingly the countries in our region, Latin America and the Caribbean. And that's why the Chilean cooperation, right from the start, when this approach began, adopted the approach for development in transition. Development in transition is an analytical framework proposing to reestablish the multidimensional framework of development to implement the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. And thus, it is implementing, or can be implemented in all the countries regardless of their per capita income. This is not consistent graduation. It's not consistent with the 2030 agenda and SDGs. On the contrary, it's contradictory. It's exclusive. The rationale of graduation is based on the well-being, whether national or international, regardless of the differences between rich and poor countries in the north and the south. Thus, we coincide on the need for an exclusion, integral and transparent approach on a horizontal basis, identifying common objectives and global challenges, finding solutions tailored regarding the different specific challenges that each country needs to face. The Latin American, the Caribbean region, and Chile in particular, has a multilateral long tradition that has shown on supporting the intra-regional dialogue together with other dialogues, sharing experiences and best practices as efforts to reach agreements and to for a robust dialogue. We believe that international cooperation for development needs to go beyond the official aid for development and needs to include other modalities, because this is not just based on the economy, that without capturing the complexity of development. This doesn't mean that funding is not important. It's most important. It would be naive to say otherwise. Funding is very important, but what is also important is other types of funding, like combined funding or technical corporations or human capital training or opportunities, preferential treatment in some agreements. There are other ways for cooperation that are just as important as the funding is, the traditional strict funding. That's why we have to use all the tools or instruments for cooperation, including South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. We also share the Chilean cooperation, thus the need to rethink the development models in the region, in the understanding and looking forward for a creative debate with the need of innovating vis-a-vis the old traditions of the different stakeholders for cooperation, working in an exclusive way and combining technical and financial resources by means of partnerships and agreements. Chile has developed and fostered what we called associations for development, but we could call them partnerships too with our partners. And we believe that if there are words, there needs to be action. Thus, I'm happy to see that at this table, all this can materialize with my panelist colleagues. With Cuba, we have a wonderful bilateral cooperation that will increase undoubtedly. With Spain, we have an interesting modality. This is what I mentioned before, which are the mixed funds. We have a joint cooperation fund, Chile-Spain, with a contribution by both countries for reciprocal interest and triangular cooperation, very important, with IMPA, and good for the change of the European Union agency name, this Partnership for International Cooperation. We're very, very happy because besides the European Commission has created a facility which is development in transition, and with that we have a European Chilean Fund for Development in Transition, where we see to important issues like green hydrogen, clean energies, and with the European Union, we also have established a triangular joint cooperation fund, which is very inspiring too. With Mexico, it's been more than 12 or 13 years that we've had the Chile-Mexico or Mexico-Chile Fund, a huge fund that we've assessed very positively, both regarding bilateral cooperation and triangular cooperation with the contributions of both parties. And with Argentina, we also have a cooperation which would be more and more robust, which includes something as important as the transnational decentralized cooperation through all along a long, long border that unites us. And with ECLAC, we're also working, we have an agreement with ECLAC, whereby we will hold a whole lot of seminars and meetings with countries of the region to talk over precisely what we're talking over at this panel, which is what should be the new paradigm of cooperation for the region, and how can we put together our efforts to overcome the differences, legitimate differences that we might have, and take action, meaning transforming development in development for action. In September, we've organized with ECLAC a seminar with a group of countries, and now we will be organizing next year this sequence of seminars where we will be addressing, and allow me using a colloquial word, to land our action for each country. And the pillars for ECLAC In this respect, productive, social, and innovation pillar that ECLAC has mentioned in the document will really be very, very helpful to shorten the gap or narrow the gap, as we do say. It is time thus to establish the need for new metrics to measure development. And in this sense, we believe interesting this possibility of finding a universal index of vulnerability, guiding resources to the gaps in each country. And this is something that we believe is really worth talking over because it captures the multidimension and the complexity of development. As I said before, and I'd like to conclude, we believe that one of the challenges, of the most important challenges ahead of us in the region is to reach consensus on the international cooperation, allowing Latin America and the Caribbean to talk with one voice in the dialogues and international debates. This is very important in our opinion, regardless of our differences, regardless of ideologies prevailing in each country. What is more important is the points on which we agree. Latin America and the Caribbean represent approximately 5–6% of the official development aid, nothing. I mean, it's not a question of money, right? The debate is more than that. We need to hold only one voice, to have positions, reach minimum consensus, and not to get tangled up as we all do in this region, where the concept, the notion of this, that, or the other of transition I like or I don't like, that doesn't matter. We need to reach consensus, looking forward to international cooperation. We need to weigh more as a region within UN, which is where this should be debated. And thus we also need to get close to other regions worldwide, and we will invite in the sequence of meetings that we are planning with ECLAC and with the OECD Development Center, so that we call upon the Chilean cooperation, call upon all of us to join our efforts to unite in this new narrative of cooperation, but in particular in action, in specific action that, as we all know, is a must in a region where the gaps, the structural gaps, have deepened even further after COVID-19. So I believe that's what I wanted to listen to.
Thank you very much, Enrique. Now we are going to give the floor to Rahim Nawir Elin, who is online.
I am connected. Can you hear me?
It's more simple for me to say Elin.
Are you connected? I am connected. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you very much. And thank you. Thank you very much for having me. My deepest apologies for not being able to be there with you in person. The Development Center is celebrating its 60th anniversary. We just concluded a 2-day high-level ministerial meeting and a council presentation of a report by the group of eminent personalities headed by Enrique Iglesias and Helen Clark that they presented to council. So the past couple of days have been very, very busy, but excellent. But I am here now virtually, and I would like to send special greetings to Rodrigo Malmierca, the Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment of Cuba, and to Miriam Ferran, Enrique O'Farrill, and Eva Del Hoyo, the crucial partners of the Center in our effort to renewing international cooperation within the development in transition, which the previous speaker was also mentioning. Also greetings to Gloria Sandoval, the Director General for Project Execution Abroad of the Mexican Agency for the International Development Cooperation, the Amexit, I'm sorry for that pronunciation. But also let me just start by warmly thanking Argentina and the UN ECLAC for having invited us to this 39th session of the ECLAC. And as I said, I would have loved to join you in person, but due to the celebrations, this is a virtual representation this time. Increasing food and energy crises are affecting all Europeans, in particular the poorest. The vulnerable households in the LAC face an average price increase of 3.6 percentage points higher than the national representative household, and increasing interlinkages across countries are calling to us to reflect on how the international cooperation system could be more conducive to development. We need to reflect on what metrics, governance, or instruments are more adapted to the current reality of shared challenges. And my first message is that we do need new metrics. First, we need to understand the development model that we want. Despite countries' moves up the income ladder through COVID, the LAC region presents a mixed picture in terms of well-being outcomes, with low scores in areas such as quality of education, governance, corruption, and, above all, inequality and informality. And there is a momentum for developing renewed development measures. Efforts are ongoing, combining economic output with broader indicators of household economic well-being, quality of life, and inequality, vulnerability, as well as the sustainability of those outcomes over time, and the Human Development Index, the OECD well-being framework, the structural gaps analysis of ECLAC, or the most recent efforts on the multidimensional vulnerability index are some good examples, and this list is longer than I have mentioned. We are also working with India, who might bring the measurement discussions to the G20. If we all agree that we need to move beyond only GDP, we need to make sure that the new metrics are serving the purpose of guiding new partnerships. My second message is that we need to face asymmetries towards a more inclusive multilateral system. The countries need to sit together independently of their income level to discuss how to navigate global shared challenges. The COVID-19 crisis, the environmental degradation have shown us how interconnected we are and how important it is to work together. In order to achieve this, we need to face outdated asymmetries in the multilateral system. As an example, take access to finance. At a time when the liquidity needs are ever more pressing, the availability of affordable resources remains a major concern. The issuance of special drawing rights in 2021 was a most welcome initiative, but we can do more regarding this allocation to emerging and developing countries. We've also seen a lack of finance towards funding climate adaptation. OECD estimates suggest that we are still far from meeting the 100 billion pledge made in Copenhagen. Over the past months, following the development and transition efforts in the LAC region, we have engaged with Auda NEPAD to understand what works and does not work in the international cooperation system. Alliances across both regions could be very important as we move forward. My third message is that the green agenda is a trigger for a new international cooperation. Going forward, we believe that with the right policies, the green agenda holds both the potential to shift towards just and sustainable societies in LAC countries and to promote a change of international cooperation. An increasing number of Latin American citizens see climate change as a very serious threat to their country in the next 20 years, more than anywhere else in the world. Given this widespread concern, as we highlight in the forthcoming Leo 2022, which we of course produce in good cooperation with UN ECLAC, CAF, and the European Commission, the green agenda is an ambitious agenda that can be an opportunity to improve development in the region. And I would like to take this opportunity to let you know that the Leo 22, which I just mentioned, will be launched at the COP27 in Egypt on November 7th. and which is very fitting to have it there, as the topic of discussion is, of course, the green transition. But it can also have the power of triggering a change towards a more green international cooperation system, the green agenda, that is. Discussions around how to transform the energy matrix in LAC and how to maximize the potential of the green transition for job creation are pertinent to all LAC countries, despite their income level. So what can be a part of these renewed international partnerships? First, I would like to mention more finance. LAC faces the challenge of driving a green transition with very narrow fiscal space. Financing the green transition requires huge amounts of public resources and private investment. Second, increased dialogue. For instance, dialogue on risks and opportunities of a low carbon transition for extractive-based economies. Third, more technical cooperation, technological transfers, and capacity building. These elements are key to accompany LAC exports in the adoption of newly established green international regulations. Rethinking development metrics, assessing and transforming asymmetries in the multilateral cooperation system, or benefiting from the green agenda to scale up international partnerships are crucial to adapt the international cooperation system to a world of global shared challenges. Let us use the momentum and devise the best way forward. And with that, dear colleagues, again, my apologies for not being there with you. And I very much thank for the opportunity to participate here virtually.
Thank you for your words and your presentations. Okay, I think all panelists have taken the floor already. I mean, I won't try and summarize all that's been said because it would do away with all the wealth of the presentations, but I'd like to underline a few ideas that I believe are important. Those representing the region have made presentations that show that there's been an adaptation of cooperation systems to a changing reality, above all because of the pandemic. The war and Russian invasion to Ukraine is also having an effect. Our countries have been able to adjust to that, and this graduation based on per capita income became more critical during the pandemic, and the presentations made by Miriam and Eva today show that the European Union and some of the member countries have readjusted their agendas vis-a-vis the rest of the world, and particularly in their relationship with Latin America. We, in agreement with Chile's presentation, believe that discussions on what cooperation is or is not, all those semantic debates move us apart instead of bringing us closer. And forums like this are very important to raise a common voice in the region and show our strength. So I revisit the words of Minister Rodrigo from Cuba. All countries have something to offer, something to give others, showing how they have solved their problems that are not the same but similar. That is the great advantage of the region has to show the world the solidarity spirit that came up during the pandemic. And we have a target in the field of cooperation, and that is BAPA +40. that provides a roadmap to strengthen South-South cooperation and mechanisms, as Enrique mentioned, that reinforce that cooperation, blended funds, South-South cooperation, and then an objective which is to fulfill the 2030 agenda goals that states there's no way of reducing inequality if it's not narrowing the huge inequality gaps in our region. Having said this, Cecilia, you have the floor. The time has come to recognize the delegations. We have Colombia, Minister Campo on the list. You have the floor. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have been here to listen to these presentations. In Cooperation for Development, Colombia has received a lot of attention because of its peace processes mainly, and hopefully this will continue to be so. I'd like to highlight a couple of additional points along the lines of the Director for Cooperation in Spain. Within the UN, we must be most emphatic concerning cooperation with middle-income countries. This is a topic that has been important at the UN and that in the past was overlooked. I would like to mention that Colombia chaired the middle-income group the last year, and as Under-Secretary General of Economic and Social Affairs of the UN, I organized the first meeting on cooperation for middle-income countries in Madrid, Spain. And I believe Spain has been a leader in this field and should continue to be so. The European Union and OECD should support this process. Secondly, I'd like to highlight 2 or 3 other things, 2 that I mentioned yesterday and another that I would like to add today, and that was will be mentioned by the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia tomorrow. 2 have to do with what the director of the OECD Cooperation Agency pointed out, which is asymmetry in financing. In crises such as the one this year, private funding becomes scarce and very costly, even for countries that have access to that market. And there are many countries that don't have access to that market, even among the middle-income countries. So that shows the importance of our own development banks, the Latin American Development Banks, CAF, Central American Development Bank, the Caribbean Development Bank, but also how important it is to put back on track the IDB that is undergoing a crisis, and it must be capitalized, as I pointed out to the Secretary of the Treasury in the US once the new president is elected at IDB. But during the crisis, well, I'd like to highlight the role of the multilateral regional development banks, even for middle-income countries. And the second, tax cooperation. I hope ECLAC helps to coordinate process to reinforce tax cooperation over and above what has already been done within the framework of CIAT. But as a regional extension of what was agreed at OECD last year, and that has not been very much developed in the field of tax cooperation. And then the Deputy Minister will talk about interregional migration. There's a lot to do in this field with great migration flows in the region. For instance, There are lots of Venezuelans in Spain and in Colombia. Well, how can we get them to help build the development of the countries? The director of the Mexican agency talked about how we could support the countries of origin of migrants, which is another important topic. And that would be it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colombia. We now recognize the Dominican Republic delegation. Thank you, Madam Chair, and we congratulate this panel. Those who come from ministries of economy, planning and development view cooperation as a very important branch for the country's development. But the amounts are becoming lower because of the graduation of middle-income countries, but this continues to promote emerging topics in development and to strengthen the state agencies to meet what public policies enshrine. Partnership must be highlighted. For me, it's a strange way to put it, the word partenariado in Spanish, as the representative on the panel mentioned before. Among all those who cooperate or cooperate in agencies and the countries, an instrument that is lacking to provide a clear roadmap to cooperation agencies is to have a good development plan, allowing to align that cooperation with the priorities. And the countries many times complain that cooperating agencies have an agenda, but if we have a clear development plan, or if we don't have a clear development plan, we can't align both agendas. Secondly, although international cooperation is not only a matter of money, the countries must have comprehensive financing frameworks for development. Many have national development plans, the 20-year one, like the Dominican Republic 2010 to 2030, with very good technical contents, but very weak as to costing and the funding sources for that development. Therefore, we then have problems with the Ministry of Finance when our development aspirations are higher than the economic capacities of the state and the fiscal constraints we have. At international bodies, for instance, the annual conference on financing for development held in May this year, most countries talk about debt relief, drawing rights, but a good roadmap in the long term is necessary, which would provide cooperating agencies with predictability as to cooperation needs. And within the framework of the national development plans, this would guarantee the social revenue from cooperation. In the Dominican Republic, we've given the first step forward for this kind of tool, formulated with the support of the UN, particularly ECOSOC, and in coordination between the Ministry of Planning, Economy, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also with cooperating agencies based in the Dominican Republic, leveraging an ECOSOC initiative for island developing states. It would give us a midterm view of the different financing sources, international cooperation, PPPs, bonds, the resources from our diasporas in the Caribbean. We have many diasporas willing to invest in their development of the countries and not only in their households. And that in that way, not everything would be included in the national budget, and international cooperation would be viewed thus to see which are the agendas of interest to cooperation. And I, at the Ministry of Finance, can provide more aligned financing options. So I would like to propose, as a line of work of ECLAC and of South-South cooperation, the support to our countries for formulated, coordinating, and implementing these comprehensive frameworks to finance development or other tools to this effect. We firmly believe that that is one of the tools that we have been missing to be able to finance the development priorities of our countries. Thank you very much. We thank the Dominican Republic, and we have two agencies that have asked for the floor. Let's start with Otka that asked for the floor. Thank you very much for ECLAC's invitation to participate. I represent the Amazon Cooperation Treaty, an intergovernmental agency made up of 8 countries sharing Amazonia. We are the only intergovernmental forum working on technical cooperation. We are a political forum. Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Suriname, and Venezuela have came together back in 1978 to work on different aspects, biodiversity, indigenous peoples, now with a strong basic services infrastructure, solid waste, water, sanitation, bioeconomy, and all that's related to our Amazon region. This topic of international cooperation for us is most relevant because, like all of us here, we've had problems in accessing international cooperation. Why? Because our 8 countries have this graduation to middle-income countries. Vis-a-vis this dilemma, and thanks to ECLAC support, we are working on an instrument regarding a study on gaps and indicators that will clearly show us through data those inequalities that we have within our region. And more so, the Amazon region is not a middle-income region, 7 million square kilometers that cannot be treated like the national averages of our country, just like Cuba and the Chilean colleague said, and I'm not going to repeat all the rationale of using a single indicator. These 2 days, however, we've heard about the need to work in joint bodies, in regional cooperation, setting up a single block. This organization for Amazonic cooperation is working as a single block, but international funds coming from the European Union, JEF, and other interesting funds that have been cooperating with us are not really providing the level of financing that we need. And this, I'm sure, happens with other intergovernmental organizations. So I believe it's necessary, if one of the recipes is to act in trade blocks or in intergovernmental cooperation blocks, we already have good experiences in that regard. I mentioned OTCA because this is a specific case with good outcomes in our Amazon region. So the windows for obtaining these funds and access to international cooperation should have this comprehensive view, including several countries. Binational, trinational funds are not the same as partnerships that we implement with the 8 countries. We are nearing the year 2030 with the agenda regarding which we all have obligations. We support the public policies in our countries at government level, establishing projects, initiatives, and different activities according to the country's priorities. But now we have a new framework for biodiversity. We have the climate change COP or COP that will force us to other commitments and to other work that we must carry out. So I believe that ECLAC and all the people on the panel should try and develop these instruments more effectively and more speedily so that they allow us to access greater financing and fluent financing according to the needs that we have within our region. Thank you very much. We will now give the floor to the Caribbean states.
In the first place, we would like to thank the invitation by ECLAC. I am Roberto Sabon. I'm the General Secretary of the Association of Caribbean States, and I'm glad to see so many of our members here present. Precisely, I'd like to thank the Minister for Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment from Cuba, who will be our new hosts during our Conference for International Cooperation to be held in the Havana on November 10th and 11th. As well as the agency that preceded me, AEC is a 25-member state and 10 associate states body, and what we have in common is the Caribbean Sea. And this is precisely what leads us to an issue which is very important for AEC and for other member states. And this is that there are issues that can only be addressed regionally. We mean climate change, the impact of, from all points of view, on the environment, society, economy, but also when we talk about production of improving inclusion, sustainability, we need to include something that I haven't seen so far in any of the presentations. And this is the fact that this is one of the worst connected regions worldwide. So we need to stress on one of the focal issues of the association, which is transportation. Without transportation, without logistics, there's no trade and no tourism, which are two of the pillars, important pillars of the economy of the region. That's why we've stressed in particular through the action plan that was adopted by our ministers recently in May, a 6-year action plan, sustainable tourism, but also a blue economy. Blue economy is a sea of opportunities, an ocean of opportunities, not just from the economic point of view, but also from the social and environmental and sustainability point of view. Our chair now, it's Guatemala that is presiding over the agency, just as until May last year it was Mexico. They've supported all the drawing up of this action plan and that action program that will be put forward in Havana, Cuba. And I'd like to extend the invitation to all those present here to come and join us in Havana and get acquainted with what we are offering as working programs that you can cooperate with from a technical, financial, or any other kind of way. Among the issues that we will be putting forward is the catalog for South-South cooperation, which has been made up with the proposals of each of our member countries or on behalf of the 29 observing states that are part of our agency. Thank you very much. Thank you, Argentina now. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. In the spirit of what was being said by the speakers, I wanted to briefly refer to what was said in the statement by the Secretary General, and no doubt will be part of the report provided by Costa Rica about South-South cooperation, and this has to do with the Argentine investments or the Argentine offer to host the first regional South-South conference hosted by ECLAC. We believe this first conference needs to play an important role to follow up and monitor the mandates of the high-level conference, South-South conference, as well as becoming a space for partnerships and knowledge networks, developing capabilities and fostering technology transfers with the purpose of having South-South cooperation having a greater impact still in the development of our countries. For Argentina, the ECLAC Cooperation Committee is the pertinent place to foster international cooperation, and in particular, South-South and triangular cooperation. Our country was the chair of the committee since 2016, and we've supported, as so many other countries, the transition of the committee to the conference, because we understand this is a necessary step on the way to multiply efforts in South-South and triangular cooperation. On the other hand, testifying to the importance that the South-South cooperation has for our country, we want to point out that our country has been since 2021 the chair of the South-South Cooperation Committee. And as I said, we've expressed Argentina's interest in presiding over the presiding officer's podium for this conference, and we've let the Secretariat know formally and conveyed this to the different countries recently the last months. We hope to have an active role at putting forward the issues that will be addressed by all the members, as well as to guide the conference in a substantial, constructive, and cooperative way, together with the ECLAC Secretariat and the future board and all the members of the conference. In this sense, and if you don't object, naturally, we will find a way to move on and make progress in an articulated way regarding all these concerns and these positions, these interests of moving on, having just one voice to express common issues and pose the restrictions that the system has. And let me insist on this, to work together with the members of the conference and the countries that decide to form part of the board regarding the common issues that we wish to address regarding South-South cooperation. So I wanted to pose this, and I'm very thankful to you. Is there any other delegation that would like to take the floor? Okay, so then to conclude the panel, let me tell you that I believe that the first and the second panel, investment on one hand and cooperation on the other, and actually, as we've heard from the delegations here, funding international credit agencies, I mean, it's all fundamental for the development agenda. Let me say that climate issues can be a vector of development, as it can also be a huge problem. It can be a barrier to trade. There's a lot to be said there. We've heard about transport, how we could transport goods without having an impact on the environment, especially given that the regions are far apart, one from the other. So I think there's a lot of homework to do so that the technologies that will have less impact on the environment and those that refer to remediation may also be addressed as productive chains in the region and don't turn into another hiccup for the development of the region. Thank you very much. And I think the Secretariat needs to take the floor to give us instructions on how to proceed. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. According to our program, we'll be back at this same room at 2:30 to resume the activities. 2:30, please. Thank you.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey, hey. Hola, 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 hola. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Check. Hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Ah, qué lindo que es. Sí. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Ahí llega bien el audio. Bueno, falta actualizarlo nada más. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ¿Llega bien? ¿Llega bien a vos? Cuando cortan los micrófonos. Ahora sí me tenía que escuchar a mí. Levanta los micrófonos. Ahí está aprendiendo. Vamos todavía. o. Llega bien. El audio me habla de francés. ¿Francés tiene? Allá en el fondo. ¿Está ok? Hola. A él debe escuchar. ¿Está bien? Y a él corta voz. Corta voz me tiene que escuchar a mí. Hola, hola, hola. ¿Me escuchas a mí ahora? Listo.
Hola, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, prueba audio inglés. Compa, ¿escuchás? Compa, inglés 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Canal inglés. Estoy hablando. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Prueba canal inglés. Hola, sí. 7, 8, 9, 10. Capaz que tenga que cambiar el auricular.
Prueba audio para cabinas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. ¿Reciben bien las cabinas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sí, perfecto. Bien, sin ruidos ni nada. Francés, ok. Francés, ¿te llega bien? ¿Por eso te llega el francés? ¿Pasamos a inglés? Pasa a inglés. Pasate a inglés. O español, ¿cuál tenés ahí al lado? ¿Inglés? Listo. Francés está ok, muchas gracias. ¿Inglés ahora? Cabina de inglés, sí, por favor.
Hola, hola, hola. 1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing.
Bien, inglés, muchas gracias.
Okay.
Español. Prueba español. 1, 2, 3. El mío está recibiéndolo bien. Canal de español, recibí bien. Muchísimas gracias.
Idea.
See? No idea. I'm the worst photographer.
Oh. No, I'm having the same experiences as you. I'm like, oh my God.
No.
I hate that when you see pictures of yourself, that's when the penny drops. And I'm like, okay, back to the intermittent fasting. Maybe if I can.
Oh, see.
I sort of vary it, but yeah, like sometimes 16, 18 hours, and sometimes do something a bit more extreme. But just a couple of times a week.
Extreme. 16, 18
It's not really, because like if you eat at 10 or 11 and stop eating at 7, and I always eat early anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just not having a snack after dinner, and then you just delay your breakfast.
Right.
And then sometimes I'll make it more extreme.
So
But like, yeah, lately I haven't been, because it's just been, yeah, but I do that anyway, actually. Because of
How
these,
do you manage? I mean, if you work.
do you know, it's usually
Who cooks at home?
well, I cook early for
You do?
Isa. Yeah.
Okay.
So
What's
she'll
that?
eat at like 6. So usually
Yeah.
I'll pick her up at 4,
Yeah.
and then we'll eat by 6. And then she's in bed at 8. That's the usual kind of, yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah. But she's too tired otherwise. Like if she goes to bed later than that, she just doesn't kind of.
What time does she get up?
7. Yeah, 7 or a bit earlier sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, very un-Argentine. Like most people here, would you eat at like
Such
9,
an
8 or
early-
9?
yeah,
Or, yeah.
9:30, especially now that my daughter's going to university and she only gets back at about 8, 9 or 9:30.
Right.
That's the only time we get to spend time
Yeah,
together
that's
as a family.
yeah.
And it's not even too much. It's
Yeah, it's
an
just a
hour,
quick,
6 minutes,
exactly.
But at least I have that.
Yeah,
I miss it so much.
yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah,
but it makes sense to have an early dinner.
yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
To
I,
me,
I find that
that's the
now,
time
like
when
I
eat the
can
most.
digest like if I eat late, because I'm not that, I have to have like a whole thing in place to sleep well. I've always been like, so if I actually eat later, then
you don't
I just
sleep well.
lie awake. What my body takes a while to digest the food.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm sure it's the same way for many people.
yeah,
It's the same for me now. I used to be
Yeah.
a night owl,
yeah.
but not anymore.
No.
Getting older,
Yeah.
I'm
My goodness, it's
Yeah.
incredible, isn't it? Like even like just going for a night out and things.
Yeah.
I find now it's like if there's a night out on a Friday, I'm already thinking, okay, it's not just Friday. I'm like,
this is gonna
the
have
whole of Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm gonna feel, even if I don't drink that much, I'm gonna feel awful just because of,
you went to bed later.
Yeah.
I can do it. I can do that. But the problem is, the next day, following day,
Yeah.
I feel
And
awful.
sometimes it's worth it because it refreshes you anyway and it
Yeah,
energizes
I
you just to have had that, doesn't it? And even though you're like tired, you're still kind of like, oh, but yeah, I remember I just, in your 20s, it's like you could go out as much as you wanted, get up early the next day, be totally fine, couple of coffees. Do you think I could try with this one, and then with this phone, I'm going to put this on so that
Sure.
to hide my arm.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is like such
I share
vanity,
these.
right? But
No,
and then
it's not vanity.
and
I'm
then
gonna share these with you. Well, I'll show them later.
oh yeah, thank you. And if it's just like from a bit further away.
Sorry.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats so that we can get started with this afternoon's session. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to begin this afternoon's session. We're going to be hearing the report on activities for 2021 and the draft program of work for 2024. This will be given by Raúl García Buchaca, who is the Deputy Executive Secretary for Management and Program Analysis of ECLAC. Thank you very much. I am delighted to be here with you. It's a great privilege for me. It's wonderful to be here together in this forum and to have the chance to present a summary of what ECLAC has done over the past year, 2021, which is summarized in the report on activities of ECLAC for the year 2021. All of you have this report, and this report is our main accountability tool. And we are also going to be sharing with you the draft program of work for 2024. This is the outcome of our strategic planning process and the identification of priorities. And of course, we will look forward to receiving all of your comments and guidance to improve this program, this draft program. So I will begin by making reference to the document LCSE 5.39/5, the content of which includes information on the main achievements and results attained by ECLAC last year. As a regional economic commission, we are at the service of our 46 member states, 33 of which are from the region, and there's 14 associate members. Our main mandate is to serve as a think tank on sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean, incorporating its 3 dimensions, which are economic, social, and environmental, and also to serve as a platform for intergovernmental multilateral dialogue for development to develop regional consensus and policies as well, which serve to guide public policy at a national level. And we also have an operational part where we offer technical cooperation services to countries in the region to strengthen technical capacities through training, through the implementation of projects, and through specialized networks which facilitate good practices and systematize these practices and learnings. And of course, all of these last year had to be adapted to hybrid working modalities because we were still under the conditions determined by the pandemic. So I would now like to speak about some of the highlights from 2021. This is just a summary of the most important things that we did in 2021. So first of all, I would like to highlight the 4th meeting of the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development, which also had to be held virtually in March 2021. At that event, we presented the 4th report on the regional progress and the challenges faced at the regional level under the 2030 agenda. We know that due to the pandemic and the socioeconomic and health impacts, there were areas in which we have experienced setbacks. So we want to see how can we accelerate public policy so that we can resume the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So we saw the participation of prominent figures such as the President of Costa Rica, Mr. Carlos Alvarado, and the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, and the President of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, Mr. Munir Akram. I should clarify that ECOSOC is the event that we as a regional commission report to. And in March this year, we were able to hold in Paris in the 5th meeting of the forum in San Jose. We had this meeting face-to-face under the chairmanship of Costa Rica. And the 6th meeting of the forum is scheduled for 2023, and that will be under the chairmanship of Argentina. Another achievement that we would like to highlight is the preparation of the plan for self-sufficiency in health matters. And this comes in response to a request from the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, ECLAC. At that time, they were under the pro-tempore presidency or chairmanship of Mexico. The aim of this plan is to develop, strengthen, and expand capacities for the production and distribution of vaccines, but not only of vaccines, also medicine at the regional level. And this was adopted unanimously at the 6th Summit of ECLAC in Mexico City in 2020. For its implementation, working groups were created, and they have already made progress in 3 priority areas. The first is coordination between national regulatory bodies. The second is the strengthening of production. And thirdly, regional purchasing mechanisms to achieve universal access to vaccines. Throughout the past year, ECLAC also continued to strengthen its work with Caribbean countries in line with ECLAC's strategy called the Caribbean First Strategy. And this is another achievement we wanted to highlight. What we did was we provided technical support in areas such as mitigating the impact of the pandemic, the preparation of the voluntary national reviews known as VNRs, the development of national statistical capacities, which is one of the key areas in the Caribbean. And we have the gender-based approach and social development, to mention just a few, because we have a regional office in the Caribbean that addresses the agenda of the small island developing states. It's also very important to underline that we are continuing to make steady progress in the Debt for Climate Adaptation SWAP initiative promoted by ECLAC. This proposal also includes the establishment of the Caribbean Resilience Fund, which includes the creation of a segregated portfolio trust fund. And we're also making progress and advancing with the financial profiles of the 3 pilot countries of the initiative, which are Antigua and Barbuda, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines and St. Lucia. Finally, I would also like to highlight, in the framework of what we have done in the Caribbean, under the 4th meeting of Sustainable Development Forum, a high-level meeting that was organized to address the challenges faced by the associate members of the Commission in meeting the SDGs. So we want to provide a space for the non-independent territories to share experiences, challenges, and opportunities in the implementation of this agenda, because this really provides a unique window for these non-independent territories in the United Nations. This is something that is very specific to the region and that has been worked on a lot, and we are really putting a lot of focus on this area. Another sub-regional pillar of action, which has been very significant, is the Comprehensive Development Plan for El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and the Southeast Mexico. ECLAC has worked on this, has put a lot of work into this, and has worked in close collaboration with the authorities of these 4 countries. We're seeking to address the structural causes of migration from a development and human security perspective. That's to say that the object is to achieve migration as being a free choice and not a forced obligation that's imposed on certain population groups. So under the coordination of ECLAC, working in close collaboration with 20 UN entities in the region and with the 4 resident coordinators from the Regional Development Coordination Office for Latin America and the Caribbean, we worked on this proposal. And in March of this year, the plan was submitted to the UN Executive Committee. And since then, we've been progressing on national implementation strategies under the guidance of the UN resident coordinators and country teams in these 4 countries. Guatemala is the pilot country because its national authorities have put a lot of emphasis at the highest level on this, and they've incorporated the plan into their national public policies. And they've managed to establish a set of good practices in this area, which we are systematizing in order to be able to apply them in the rest of the countries that are part of this initiative. Finally, I would say that another important milestone is the entry into force on the 22nd of April 2021 of the Escazú Agreement on access to information, public participation, and environmental justice. This is the first treaty that was celebrated under the auspices of ECLAC. It was unprecedented. We don't have any of its kind, and it's the first in the world to provide protection for environmental activists. So it is hugely significant, and ECLAC is honored to be its technical secretariat. In April this year, the first conference was held. The first conference of the parties was held in Santiago, Chile, which is our ECLAC headquarters in the region. And to date, 24 countries in the region have signed this agreement, and 13 have ratified it. So I would like to speak now about the work of the subsidiary bodies of ECLAC. Who are these subsidiary bodies? They are sectoral bodies that work at the intergovernmental level, and they facilitate dialogue on sectoral policies and the development of standards in the face of global challenges and consensus building, which serve as a reference for public action at the national level on a wide variety of issues, including social development, development planning, science and technology, women's affairs. We're going to have the 15th conference on women here in Buenos Aires soon. We have statistics, population and development, and the particular challenges faced by small island developing states of the Caribbean. So for us as a secretariat, these forums are very useful because they allow us to be in contact with you constantly, with all the sectoral and the sectoral departments, with all the ministries. These are multi-stakeholder forums that also include a wide range of actors, of course, including the governments. The governments are in the driving seat, I would say. And in this context, I would like to highlight the creation of a new subsidiary body, which is called the Regional Conference on South-South Cooperation in Latin America and the Caribbean. It was approved in the 36th Committee of the Whole of ECLAC, which was held in December last year. And it will hold its first meeting in the first half of next year under Argentine's chairmanship. You can see that Argentina will have a very important role in development. I'm not going to expand more on this subject because later on this afternoon, we are going to have the opportunity to hear from the respective presidents of each of the subsidiary bodies of ECLAC, who are going to present their reports on the activities carried out during the past year. So I will move on to the issue of knowledge production and dissemination. As we already said, the production of analysis and dissemination of knowledge is one of our most important mandates as technical secretariat. And this takes place through different modalities and channels. But without a doubt, the production of recurrent flagship publications, in our slang, even in Spanish, we call them flagship publications. And this is one of our most well-known publications. We have 6 annual reports. There's the economic survey, which examines aspects of the macroeconomic reality of the region. It makes projections, and it also includes country notes and takes the pulse of the development of its main economic indicators throughout the year. Then we have the Foreign Direct Investment Report, which presents the regional outlook and prospects for FDI in the region, and looks at the development of the activities of transnational companies in our countries. Then we have the International Trade Outlook publication. This is also an important publication because it analyzes, from the region's perspective, the main trends of the global economy and the structural transformations that are taking place in the fields of international trade, international value chains, and logistics, which, in the aftermath of the pandemic, took on a new dynamic. Then we have the Social Panorama publication, which addresses various aspects of the region's social agenda, and it provides public policy proposals on issues such as poverty, income distribution, employment, demographic dynamics, gender perspective, health, and education. We have the preliminary overview, which is always published at the end of the year because it analyzes the region's economic performance throughout the year, and it presents its projections for the following year. And finally, we have the statistical yearbook, which is published digitally. That has been the case for a long time, and it offers statistics on the economic, socio-demographic, and environmental situation of the region taken from the CEPALSTAT database. I would say that this database is a great database which has undergone a very significant modernization and methodological process, which has involved georeferencing, a major boost to the georeferencing of much of its data and information. So I would say that CEPALSTAT has become like a benchmark or a public good in our region. And this brings me to the CEPAL review, which is also another flagship publication. It's much more academic, and it examines development problems from an analytical perspective and a public policy approach. It was founded in 1976, and it also enjoys editorial independence and follows all the usual academic procedures and criteria, including the review of its articles by independent external judges. And something new last year is that we continued to publish several policy briefs on COVID-19. In Spanish, they're also called policy briefs. And these cover all the economic recovery challenges in the region on issues such as finance for development and women's economic autonomy, among other issues. This figure that we have below speaks for itself. In 2021, ECLAC publications were downloaded more than 14 million times from the institutional website. Another of the services that we provide is through ECLAC observatories and repositories. What we do is we make available specialized and comparable information in many areas, including statistics, gender, planning, Principle 10, broadband, economic relations with Asia Pacific, just to mention a few. And all of these are accessible and they're freely accessible on ECLAC's web page. And I already mentioned CEPALSTAT, which really is a very important point of reference for all of us, and it's a public good for the region. And now I would like to just mention a few figures that show the magnitude of our work last year. The 33 member states of Latin America and the Caribbean and the 14 associate members of the region benefited from the provision of technical cooperation services. More than 300 publications and technical documents were produced, 41 expert meetings were held, 20 intergovernmental meetings were organized, more than 36 cooperation projects were financed with resources provided by our strategic partners for cooperation. And ECLAC was referenced more than 44,000 times in the media. All of this has allowed us to achieve a 99% implementation rate of our outputs committed to, despite all of the challenges and difficulties experienced during the pandemic.
How do we do all this? You might be wondering where the funding comes from. Well, to implement all of these mandates, the main source of financing for ECLAC is the ordinary or regular budget as allocated by the General Assembly, coming basically from weighted contributions from the member states. Last year, they reached, in proportion, almost 80% of our total overall financing, and this goes to a large degree to fixed costs entailed by staff as well as operational fixed costs in our organization. Given that we are an organization with 8 different venues in the hemisphere. Our main seat is Santiago, Chile, but there are 2 sub-regional offices, one in Mexico City for Mexico and Central America, and Cuba, Dominican Republic, and Haiti, another sub-regional office in the Caribbean, placed in Trinidad and Tobago, servicing basically the English-speaking Caribbean countries as well as the Dutch-speaking Caribbean countries. In addition to 4 national offices, one in Argentina precisely, we recently renamed as the Argentina office, not the Buenos Aires office, because it's truly focusing more on the provinces. And there are also offices in Montevideo, Brasilia, Bogota, and a liaison office in Washington, D.C., with all the institutions from the Inter-American system in Washington, D.C., as well as the Bretton Woods institutions. I'd like to highlight there's an additional financing source from the regular working program, as well as the technical cooperation program and the development account, which are subsectors of the UN where we are also involved, which become increasingly important in rendering our work operational. And the same thing applies to non-budgetary contributions or allowances coming from strategic partners for the region's development, both bilateral and multilateral. You can see for yourselves who our main partners are. I'd say that mobilization of extra budgetary financing helps us significantly in that it has a knock-on effect of our operating capability, which in turn enables more timely responses from us, better catered to the demands, the changing demands we come across. On this screen, you can see for yourselves that in 2021, we consolidated, arising from the transformation or transformative recovery in the aftermath of the pandemic, when we mobilized even more financing to support these specifically. And we did this with great partners like the European Union, Germany, Spain, Republic of Korea, Spain, France, and also extended our partnerships with private sector associations too. And this leads us to our proposed strategic action and priorities, which are included in the draft program of work for ECLAC 2024, which is contained in the document you have under LC session 39/6. And this is a proposal we elaborate as a secretariat and submit it for your consideration as member countries. One of the main considerations we designed had to do with a good alignment with the implementation of the current 2030 agenda, where we sought to recalibrate public policy efforts to retrieve and accelerate compliance with the SDGs, in addition to every other international commitment of complementary agendas. So in terms of strategic priorities, as you will see, they are focused on a transformative recovery, very much in line with the principle of leaving no one behind. In addition, it owns all of the different geopolitical tensions at play currently and the deep changes in the midst of globalization, which end up increasing the stress on our societies. It owns up to all of that. And very importantly, it also includes the gender mainstreaming strategy for ECLAC for the 2025 period, which further includes the gender parity guidelines from the Secretary General's plan and the strategy to include disabilities by ECLAC, which is an adaptation to our own realities of the strategy of inclusion of the United Nations. So these are the highlights in our proposal. So this proposed program has been structured along 13 independent sub-programs, interdependent and complementary sub-programs, which we have divided into 5 thematic clusters to facilitate their integration and so that we can approach them in a much more multidisciplinary fashion. In addition, it is in line with the goals of the reform, Also, very importantly, the reform has had a very significant impact, not only on regional commissions, but also the way in which every UN entity or agency coordinates regionally. There's over 20 different regional UN agencies working on the issue of development. To that end, a mechanism was created, namely the Regional Cooperation Platform for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is truly meant we took a quality leap in terms of coordination and efficiency in the system, which has also brought us much closer to the system of resident coordinators and country teams. So our action at the regional level does not stay regional. On the contrary, we found a way to reach the member states and their territories within their states. Let me now refer to the structure of the document. As you will see, it starts by providing a very general overview of the regional context and its possible evolution from our own vision, with a midterm perspective. And we build on that to describe the proposals under the 30 sub-programs, each one of which begins with a much more sectoral diagnosis, followed by an implementation strategy combining various modalities, which adjust, of course, to the specific nature of each sub-program. And finally, you have a listing of proposed activities to achieve the goals on a results-based approach. We use the results-based approach in our program of work. So there are the 13 thematic clusters. First, economic development, including the first 3 sub-programs, sub-programs 1, 2, and 3, focusing on macroeconomic policies, infrastructure, logistics to facilitate trade, financing, development finance, production and innovation, and all of the issues of the 4th technological revolution. The second cluster is social development, encompassing sub-programs 4, 5, and 6. And it tackles precisely issues of social development, poverty, youth, disability, gender, equality issues, and demographic issues. The third cluster addresses sustainable development, but from an environmental perspective, thus including 2 sub-programs, number 7 and 8, on topics connected to climate change, environmental policies, sustainable and smart cities, sustainable management of natural resources, biodiversity, with ECLAC's own niche, which is the economic perspective to find solutions that are based on nature and the biodiversity in our region, sustainable agriculture and food safety amongst, or food security among other aspects. 4, public management and statistics, and finally, 5th, 3 sub-programs addressing sub-regional activities and regional integration. I was telling Sandra before I started my presentation that this morning we had very interesting interaction, which takes place once a year, with the representatives from each one of your countries at the 2nd committee meeting of the General Assembly. We were there from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and it was very nice to see the recognition we received for the work done at ECLAC. And we were telling them that we would be meeting you this afternoon precisely to look into the future or forward-looking proposals from ECLAC. This slide is just to show you how ECLAC includes the Agenda 2030, which is universal and cross-cutting, and how we have included it as part of every sub-program, especially now that we are close to the deadline. If we wish to achieve this, we need to know where the criticalities lie. And this chart you will find as chart 1 in the document is very helpful for us to visualize the horizontality of the agenda in our proposal or proposed program of work today. So to conclude, I'd just like to remind you of the sequence of the intergovernmental process. We are starting right now this draft program of work, once adopted by the plenary, by you, that is, in this commission, which we expect to happen tomorrow, will become a legislative mandate. And it is in this regard that it will serve as a foundation to put together the budget for the different programs for 2024, which we will in due time put together and submit to the review bodies of the General Assembly. This will follow along its process throughout the year, and it will be completed at year end in December with the adoption of the budget by program by the Assembly. And before I conclude, I would like to very sincerely thank you for your support and commitment and your trust on the work of ECLAC for over 7 decades now. In February next year, we'll be turning 75. ECLAC is turning 75 soon. And it's very gratifying to feel that we can continue contributing and being relevant in the region's development efforts. With this, having said all this, I remain available to listen to you, your proposals, reactions, any suggestions you may have for us to improve on this proposal. Thanks very much.
Muchas gracias, señor secretario ejecutivo adjunto. Thank you very much, the Deputy Secretary Executive, for your very complete report. And thank you for the very significant work carried out by ECLAC. Thank you for your contributions, for your achievements, for your program of action, which without a doubt contributes to the development of consensus building in the region and to the development of public policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are now going to open up the floor to the delegations to give them the chance to make statements. We're going to give the floor to the delegation from Mexico. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. On behalf of the delegation of Mexico, we would simply like to thank you for your reports, which show the significant work done by ECLAC, and it shows how ECLAC has managed to adapt to the huge challenges faced in the region. We would like to highlight that ECLAC is the only regional institution devoted systematically to the analysis of issues related to development of Latin American countries and the Caribbean countries from a regional perspective, not combining an analytical work with service-based work in specialized fields, advice, training, and support in regional and international cooperation. In this regard, we stress the important achievements of ECLAC in terms of communication, information, and dissemination, which has enabled a greater dissemination of ECLAC's activities and an important presence of this institution in the region. I would particularly like to emphasize the 14 million downloads of ECLAC publications. I think that's extremely relevant. To end, the report on activities of ECLAC really reflects great compliance of ECLAC with its goals, with its institutional goals, with cooperation, and in terms of dissemination. So in this regard, on behalf of Mexico, we would like to commend the Executive Secretary for his work in all areas of the organization and for having complied with the programmed activities, which without a doubt will continue to have a very positive impact on the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we urge the Secretary to keep up this high level of commitment for the following biennium. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the delegation from Mexico. Would another delegation like to take the floor? Brazil, please go ahead.
Thank you for the report on the work of ECLAC. Just a suggestion on something we are concerned about, namely the issue of the notions. Quite often, we need to reflect them in our documents, but ECLAC could work from a regional perspective on notions that are used widely, but they're still loose, like the circular economy, due diligence, what that means for the region, the risks, the opportunities. I think you could work horizontally too, as ECLAC, to help us define these notions a little bit better, which are sometimes rather loose and pose difficulties for all of us in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Suriname has asked for the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me add the other linguistic characteristic of this organization to this meeting. First of all, thank you very much to the Secretariat for the report. And I just wanted to make a couple of points with regard to not so much the content, because we agree on that. I think ECLAC has been instrumental of making this our region, but also the world understand from an analytical perspective the challenges which we face. So there's no question about that, about those issues which have been put as a program for the coming 2 years. So we support that. But I do want to ask the Secretary to recognize 3 points, or 4 points. One is, and I believe it has been done, I just want to emphasize that, the diversity we live in, within the Americas, within Latin America and the Caribbean. There is an enormous diversity which has to be translated in the workload of the Secretariat. Issues that are relevant to Central America are quite different from the Caribbean and those from South America. We are supposed to be a unified organization. We are, but we have to recognize that diversity as well. That's the first point. The second one is a lot of analysis is made and a lot of recommendations are being issued. I think that's great because that's a role of advocacy to better understand globally what is happening in this part of the world. But in the end, that advocacy has to translate into concrete results. So I think because within the Caribbean, we have several initiatives which have not been taken on board as yet. So I think it's important to move also from an analytical study or approach to advocacy
and pushing for some of these. I'll speak to that in the next item on the agenda. And the last one is that as we proceed in a very uncertain world, we should not forget the short-term challenges which we face. So this agenda, which has been put on the screen earlier, in very concrete terms, need to be translated in the agendas at the national level, in the budgets, because in the end, somebody has to carry out the roadmap towards recovery to sustainable development. Somebody has to pay for it. But it should also be included in the agendas of the regional banks, the development banks, both regionally as within the Americas. So speaking specifically like the Inter-American Development Bank, the CDB in the Caribbean, CABE in Central America, and CAF as a Latin American bank. Otherwise, we will keep talking about great things to be done, but it will never happen. We need to put money behind all these very necessary objectives and goals going forward. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, the delegate from Suriname. We're now going to go to Colombia, who would like to make a statement. Colombia, please go ahead. Thank you so much. As the delegation of the sound isn't reaching the booth. We would like to emphasize our interest in drawing attention to the importance that ECLAC supports regional dialogue between systems. First of all, on tax affairs, we see that this is urgent. We need to take this to high-level dialogue, and we need regional dialogue to become a key tool for this to materialize. The second issue is the strengthening of the finance organizations. As the delegation from Suriname said, we find that there's a transformation that can take place through IDP, but we need to have accessible financing mechanisms for the region that can be accessed in the unique conditions of our market at this current time. And finally, we also want to highlight the organization presented by the program of work. There's something that is pending, that's outstanding. What happens with the regional dialogue between low and middle income countries? This is one of the elements that we think is very important, and I want to bring it to the table again because it goes beyond the geographical organization. And it's really an important essential element when we're talking about multilateral fora and international cooperation. So for us, it's very important that ECLAC, in this regard, has a much more prominent role and that can create this space for these different ideas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are now going to give the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank you for your report and also thank the Secretary for all the support that they provided to the presidency of Costa Rica in previous years. We would like to highlight two aspects that were mentioned, both by Suriname and Colombia, and also by Costa Rica in his opening speech. We would like to ask the new chair and the secretary to continue the dialogue that began in terms of the innovative ideas for development and the dialogue that began with representatives from the development banks and the regional and global financing mechanisms regarding the activities carried out in December 2021 and more recently in the Sustainable Development Forum in San Jose. We think this is very important, as the delegate from Suriname highlighted. because in some of those key issues, we need to move on from the analysis of proposals and the very good proposals made by ECLAC and lots of dialogue that has been carried out in the region. And we have to try to translate these into tangible results and outcomes. So in agreement with what Colombia said, I also think we have to give continuity to the work that has been carried out by middle income countries and the report on transition, which ECLAC developed at the request of the chairmanship of Costa Rica. So I would like to thank you for this report and thank all the delegates who made statements before me. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to Costa Rica. Would any other delegation like to make a statement? Well, thank you very much to all the distinguished delegations who took the floor and made statements. And thank you especially for the support expressed for ECLAC's work across the board. First of all, I am going to respond to the distinguished delegate from Mexico who spoke about the work done by ECLAC, and they urged us to keep up this level of commitment to the work. Of course, that is exactly the idea. We have a new leadership, and we really feel a sense of urgency that has been renewed with the agenda, the development agenda in the region. And we are not only taking a reactive approach to the urgent and short-term agendas, which are very important, but we are also looking beyond this to the agenda in the mid and long term, in the 8 years that lie ahead of us, in which we really need to redouble all our efforts. I know that all of you are doing this at the country level, and our work is to accompany you, to support you along this path. We want to support you. As the executive secretary said when he presented the position paper yesterday, he said that we don't want to just focus on the what's, but on the hows, as the representative from Suriname emphasized, and other delegations also mentioned. We don't want to just focus on what, on the theory, on the normative regulatory work, but we need to move on to putting more emphasis on the how, on the action. We need to think about advocacy and focus on that. And also through the Latin American Planning Institute, ILPES, we want to see how we can work on ECLAC's proposals and how we can coordinate regionally, nationally, and at the territorial level. Because at the end of the day, I think it is there. It's at the territorial level that the battle is taking place. That's where the battle is being played out to attain the 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you very much to Mexico for making that call to us. To the distinguished representative from Brazil, we have taken note of the suggestion made to us regarding developing at the conceptual level some of the elements which are still not incorporated fully into the language of the United Nations, but are part of our reality. And we also feel a sense of urgency in this regard. We need to not just conceptualize these things, but implement them. All these issues of the circular economy, due diligence. For us, due diligence is a subject which we are really beginning to understand along with all of you. I think it would be great if we would be able to devote one of our technical seminars to discussing these issues. Because it's not that we have great clarity on this issue of due diligence. We have made some efforts in this regard, but it's really when we incorporated the private sector into our work as a central actor in development and in the work of the United Nations, we are still taking baby steps in this regard. So we have taken note of the importance that we need to give to due diligence, both in the conceptual nature of it, but also in continuing to work on it methodologically and to make sure that they yield tangible results. So to the distinguished representative of Suriname, I would like to thank you very much.
I'd like to thank you very much for your suggestions, and we have taken due note of all the issues that you have raised, recognizing the diversity we live in, and to translate the agenda into the heterogeneous and diverse nature of the different subregions, the Caribbean subregion, the Central American, and the South American. These are very different situations and circumstances, and therefore, what seems to be a general agenda, a one-size-fits-all, does not apply in terms of the development. We have to really translate the development, the sustainable development agenda to the reality and the specificities of each of our subregions. That's why we have a sub-regional office in Trinidad and Tobago that is taking care of the particularities of the agenda of the small island development states, but not only the small island development states, because I know that Suriname, Guyana, and Belize are in the continent, but they are small. They also have a lot of commonalities with the Caribbean, the small island Caribbean states. It's a very different situation for the small economies in Central America, which are also very small, but they face different challenges. That's why the agenda has to take into account the realities and the specificities of those countries in Central America. And the same happens for the larger economies in South America, particularly the big countries like Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and others. So perhaps the issues of the agenda, they translate into different kind of set of instruments and options, public policy options to be dealt with in each of these subregions and national settings. Also the how to translate and to move from the analytical approach to the advocacy and to the how, to the result. This is something that that we are taking care of, and it is very strong in the new vision that the Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar is discussing. He yesterday presented his presentation of the main position paper. He made a lot of emphasis on the how, because this is what is required in this moment, in this particular juncture. The short-term challenges and how to articulate the short-term challenges with the agenda and how to translate it at national level, at the budget level, and also to integrate and to articulate our work with the development banks, the Inter-American System, of course, the IDB, the CAF, the Caribbean Development Banks, and other international financial institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions, and so on. So we have taken note, and we're moving in that direction. But having this conversation, I think this is one of the emphasis that we will apply at the time of implementing this this proposed program of work. In the case of Colombia,
the distinguished representative from Colombia called upon us to support the dialogue on regional dialogue on taxation matters. I think this is one of the topics we are in the process of including in our agenda, because precisely several countries in our region are facing huge fiscal challenges in terms of tax collection, tax revenues, which are absolutely insufficient and quite often based on a very regressive structure. We know this is one of the main challenges for development financing, and to be able to make this agenda a reality. So we make due note, and we know that this is going to be part of our work in turning tax dialogue on a regional agenda. And this issue relative to middle-income countries, as I said in the morning, I had the opportunity of sharing with representatives from each one of your member states in the second commission of the General Assembly, and this topic came up there, middle-income countries, and how ECLAC is to continue the work we started on structural gaps, on transition development, where we've entered into a strategic alliance with the European Union and with the OSD Development Center, waging the battle in favor of, or to prevent, all kinds of exclusion in the international cooperation system that might affect the so-called graduated countries, especially middle and high-income countries and middle-income countries, which are the majority of the countries in our region. And we do want to strengthen that alliance, and we rely heavily on the work and leadership of Colombia, because Colombia has presided the group of like-minded countries, supporters of the middle-income countries. There's been very significant work done there, which converges to a large extent with the technical work we've performed at ECLAC. We know and have perused the declaration arising from the latest meeting of this group, and are very willing to share with you every contribution, all of the technical contributions from ECLAC to boost the work in changing the conversation from what kind of international cooperation the countries of our region need, so that they are not excluded from the international cooperation system. Costa Rica. Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for your support. And if I may, I'd like to thank, on behalf of ECLAC, Costa Rica for these 2 years of intensive work as the pro-temp chairmanship of ECLAC. You did a great job in the government of Costa Rica, and especially you, Madam Ambassador, who were very much involved in all the work and have supported us. We are truly very grateful. And of course, rest assured that we will continue to advance the innovative agenda for development finance and articulating our own work better in the area of development finance. We have been doing plenty of work, especially from the Division for Economic Development and the team that works on development finance. That articulation, which is so necessary with the international financial institutions, development banks. This process is one in which Costa Rica provided plenty of support. It used extraordinary efforts with the FACE, F-A-C-E initiative. And we have been holding this dialogue with development banks, international financial institutions, and I recall since December last year at the 36th plenary committee when we had our first meeting, and later continued in San Jose, Costa Rica in March this year in the framework of the forum. And of course, we will continue to hold this dialogue in pursuit of specific, concrete outcomes. I think I covered already the issue of middle-income countries and development in transition. The only thing I would like to add about this is to say and to thank the European Union, because today the representative from the European Union provided great support to us in New York and said he wanted to continue strengthening the strategic alliance with ECLAC and with our region on these matters, and that they are preparing for a new phase of development on these matters. So I will leave it at this. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, and thank you for the valuable contributions and comments. We will continue with the afternoon's agenda by moving on to the second item, report of the activities of the subsidiary bodies of ECLAC and other intergovernmental meetings held by ECLAC in its 39th session. As you know, ECLAC has an intergovernmental architecture which is extremely important to conduct its work, and that is the way ECLAC relates to the sectoral organizations of its member countries by means of thematic intergovernmental meetings. This allows for great consistency in the work and the institutional propositions the committee offers its member countries. And as usual, representatives from the countries chairing the subsidiary bodies and intergovernmental meetings are present during the sessions to report on the activities conducted over the last 2 years. So we are going to now turn the floor to the Committee for Development and Cooperation of the Caribbean by Mr. Adam Randim, Minister of Foreign Affairs from Suriname.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I have a long report here, but I promise you I will not read all. So I will submit that for distribution. But allow me to share with you some of the results. So today I present to you an account of the issues given priority by the CDCC since its last report to this commission. And I'm conscious that I have assumed the chair of this committee at a precarious time in the recovery of our sub-region, as the Caribbean begins to reset its development path forward, following 2 profoundly challenging years that threatened to undermine the gains made pursuing the ambitious 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. The COVID-19 experience, Madam Chair, heightened perhaps the most critical development challenge facing the Caribbean, that of unsustainable high levels of public debt and debt service aggravated by persistently low growth. The average debt to GDP ratio of the Caribbean reached an unsustainable 88% by the end of 2020. Some countries carrying debt burdens well in excess of 100% of the GDP, like my own country, which had a debt to GDP ratio of 160% when we took over 2 years ago. The resulting limited fiscal space created acute liquidity challenges. Not surprisingly, the sub-region bears high sovereign debt default risks because of this high debt and debt service cost. And this has a result also on our ability to attract FDI at affordable interest rates. The pandemic, Madam Chair, also laid bare the Caribbean's endemic structural challenges and rigidities, reflected in fiscal imbalances, declining productivity, particularly in the tourism-dependent, service-based economies of the small island states of the Caribbean. Even as we adjust to a post-COVID-19 reality, we now face the global impact of the conflict in the Ukraine, giving rise to inflation, increased interest costs, and food insecurity. Matters are complicated by the fact that climate change-induced extreme weather conditions and other natural disasters have contributed significantly over the years to the high levels of public debt in Caribbean economies. In fact, last year alone, while still coping with COVID-19, the sub-region experienced a full range of natural shocks. A devastating volcanic eruption in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that impacted neighboring countries as well. Extreme flooding events in Guyana and in my own Suriname, an earthquake in Haiti, and now also cholera outbreak in Haiti, and the relentless passage of storms and hurricanes across the Caribbean during the season. The annual damage and loss attributed to hurricanes alone averages about 800 million, and it is estimated that this figure could rise as high as US 22 billion by 2050. It is our repeated exposure to these exogenous shocks that defines our multidimensional vulnerability. This underscores the structural and institutional fragility of our countries and demands a comprehensive response, one that includes strengthened advocacy, solidarity, partnerships, and international cooperation. The ability of our governments to respond adequately to these challenges is undermined by the sub-region's so-called middle-income status, which has rendered most of our governments ineligible for concessional finance for investment in recovery and resilience building. The sub-region has also been impacted by the global decline in foreign direct investment flows, which are a source of technology transfer, of employment, and foreign exchange inflows. We in the Caribbean therefore need to find innovative sources of financing that are both affordable and accessible. The promotion of social inclusion and equality is another priority concern of the Caribbean. Despite progress in the area of human development, high levels of unemployment, poverty, and crime persist, disproportionately affecting vulnerable groups, especially women, youth, and migrant populations. The pandemic exposed the inadequacy and inequity in access to technology and connectivity among our populations. The impact was again most severely felt among the poor and most vulnerable groups, particularly the rural poor, where access to online education for children and youth was especially challenging. Madam Chair, I have made a commitment to the committee that my tenure as chair will be result-oriented. I intend to lead the committee in making every effort to pursue the necessary technical assistance and mobilize the political will at both regional and international levels to secure meaningful change on these issues of key concern. As a region, we will need to invest in our collective effort in strengthening multilateralism so that it serves the sub-region better. There can be no question that multilateralism failed us in the global management of COVID-19, and it has failed us again in the international community's response to the aggression against the Ukraine. We are now left facing the consequences of spiraling inflation, fuel shortages, and rising food insecurity. I therefore want to bring to your attention 5 key areas on the radar of the committee that were the focus of the 7th meeting of the Caribbean Development Roundtable held in Suriname in advance of the CDCC just a week ago. The roundtable turned the spotlight on recovery and repositioning with a view to finding workable solutions to invest recovery, resilience, and sustained growth. It gave attention to the following related issues on top of climate change, the impact of COVID-19, and the war against Ukraine. These 5 priority areas are: 1, vulnerability, debt, and liquidity constraints in all countries. And in this regard, I must mention the ECLAC-initiated Caribbean Resilience Fund as a special vehicle for financing on the long term. Second, consideration of the interim report on the multidimensional vulnerability index as a mechanism to address vulnerability, especially in the middle-income Caribbean SIDS countries. Third, something which is of critical importance, the availability of data and statistical capacity in the sub-region. 4, reflection on the role of global partnership for repositioning, recovery, and resilience building in our sub-region. And the last one, the need for economic restructuring and diversification for deeper, including market integration of the Caribbean with Latin America and in the global economy. Madam Chair, the rest of this report will be distributed in writing to all the member states. I do want to close with indicating to all of us that we live, as we all know, in a very uncertain world. And at the same time, we need to demonstrate unity and a collective approach. We depend on each other as countries, small or large, powerful or not, we depend on each other in all aspects, whether it's COVID-19 or economic underdevelopment. Therefore, we need to develop an agenda, as we spoke before, which will take care of that. Solidarity is key. Partnership is another one. I already made a point earlier about diversity, that we need a tailor-made agenda per region. But I think it's also important to focus on 2 matters. One is to strengthen partnerships within the inter-American system, within the Latin American and the Caribbean region, both in terms of the political side, but also and primarily in terms of our business connections. Our private sectors should work much more together to develop the economy as one source for driving the engine of growth in our hemisphere. And lastly, to strengthen our institutional multilateral framework to serve better our needs and challenges in this hemisphere. The inter-American system as a whole, I believe in the context of global developments, needs to be revisited, possibly an area for ECLAC to take on board as well. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Minister. Next, we will move on to the report from the Regional Conference on Social Development from Latin America and the Caribbean by Dick Jonas, Minister for Social Transformation, Human Resource Development and the Blue Economy of Antigua and Barbuda, who will be participating remotely. So if we can put up the connection with Antigua and Barbuda now, I would appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. In Antigua and Barbuda this afternoon. This is a report on the President's Conference of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm Dick Jonas from Antigua and Barbuda. I hope everyone is hearing me okay. Within the framework of the current presidency of the Regional Conference in Latin America and the Caribbean, chaired by myself, Dean Jonas, Minister of Social Transformation, Human Resource Development and the Blue Economy of Antigua and Barbuda, I inform on the advancements of the 4th meeting of the conference, held virtually in October 2021. Furthermore, this report informs about the ongoing processes and organization of the 5th Regional Conference in 2023. Regarding the actions developed since the 4th meeting of the Regional Conference, following the commitments that Resolution 4 mandates and the agreements reached at the 4th meeting of the presiding officers, The presidency of the Regional Conference on Social Development has been leading the implementation process of the regional agenda for inclusive social development. The changes experienced as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic led to the heart of progress towards meeting the goals of the 2030 agenda. As a result, it led us to rethink priorities from this meeting point of the social development ministries. What activities were carried out? These are the following activities. There are 12 activities. Number one, realization of the 4th Conference on Social Development in a virtual format in October 2021, where the document Disasters and Inequality, a Protracted Crisis Towards Universal, Resilient, and Sustainable Social Protection Systems in Latin America and the Caribbean was presented. This position document was commissioned by the Secretary to highlight the need for universal, comprehensive, resilient, and sustainable social protection systems, which can respond to situations of high uncertainty in a region where poverty and structural inequalities persist. Number two, based on the agreements held during the 4th meeting held virtually under the presidency of Antigua and Barbuda in October 2021, the presiding officers comprise the following countries in the vice president, that is Bahamas, Barbados, Guinea, Costa Rica, Dominica, Paraguay, Uruguay. Resolution 4, number 3, Resolution 4 reiterated the commitment to advance the 2030 agenda for sustainable development implementation in the region, including its social dimension, considering that the regional agenda for inclusive social development contributes to this process. The Technical Secretariat was also requested to assist countries in implementing working groups on issues and policy areas identified for advancements in a transformative recovery process. The deliberations held at the 4th meeting of the conference also identified public policies to strengthen social protection and disaster risk management system. Countries highlighted the different capacities to address the situation of vulnerable groups, which needed to be addressed through a specific and integrated approach to policy design and formulation, with greater coordination and mobilization of institutional resources to achieve universal, comprehensive, and resilient social protection systems. The multidimensional, intersectorial, and long-term nature of natural hazards and exogenous disturbances and their impacts was emphasized. The countries discussed the fiscal and economic problems of the region to advance the regional agenda for inclusive social development, where the call was made to have fiscal space and increase resources to improve social protection and disaster risk management systems. Number 5, countries also stressed the need to consider, 1, mental health as a problem affecting well-being, mainly due to the effects of lockdown measures to address COVID-19. Secondly, the difficulties of the most vulnerable households in meeting their basic needs. 3, the consideration of GDP per capita in the classification of middle and high-income countries and the impossibility of accessing financing and international cooperation. Number 4, the challenge of developing a vulnerability index in the region. Number 5, the capacity of social protection and emergency institutions at the local level with the particularities of the territories. Number 6, in the same resolution, the countries agreed to request the support from ECLAC to provide technical assistance to the working groups on issues and policy areas identified by countries to advance the process of transformative recovery towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals through the exchange of experiences, the elaboration of common agendas, participation and dialogues with institutions, local governments, and civil society organizations. The Secretariat was also asked to deepen the analysis of public policy challenges and alternatives to advance towards universal, comprehensive, sustainable, and resilient social protection systems, particularly about the vulnerability of middle strata, labor informality, and the new challenges of the labor market. Number 7, in March 2022, a meeting of the presiding officer's members to discuss work areas to address the issues prioritized at the 4th meeting of the conference and guide the programming of activities with countries and working groups during the 2022-23 period. The meeting discussed priority challenges at the regional and country level to advance institutionalization of social protection and disaster risk management system. Number 8 on the list of accomplishments. It has been a priority for the presidency to address issues concerning transformative recovery. These are employment protection measures and labor inclusion after disasters, challenges for regional trade and food security, tackle the social exclusion of vulnerable and disadvantaged groups, leaving no one behind, resilient and accessible housing, public health issues, including access to vaccines, mental health and psychosocial support, and access to financing for sustainable disaster protection measures. Number 9, in the conclusions and recommendations of the governments gathered at the 5th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin American Development, the countries recognize the importance of regional agenda for inclusive social development to promote the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, face the current multidimensional crisis caused by COVID-19 pandemic, and move towards a transformative recovery, inclusive and resilient with equality. The director of the Division for Social Development presented at of the Regional Conference on Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, the contributions and synergies of the Regional Conference on Social Development in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. Number 10, as president of the Regional Conference on Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, I participated as a commentator at the 62nd meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women, Latin America and the Caribbean, in the panel, Gender Equality, Women's Autonomy and Disaster Risk Reduction Policies, where the position document towards gender equality and women's leadership for resilience to disaster risk in Latin America and the Caribbean was presented and held virtually between January 26th and 27th. That was in 2022. I also participated in the special meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, held on June 22nd and 23rd in 2022, in a hybrid format. On that occasion, I commented on the high-level panel on the contribution of the regional gender agenda to policies on gender equality, women's autonomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Number 11, in preparation for the presiding officers meeting, 2 workshops were held. The first was directed for Latin American countries on August 12, 2022, with 40 attendees from Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Paraguay, Panama, Peru, and Cuba. The second preparatory workshop was organized for the Caribbean countries on August 25th, with the participation of 21 attendees from Antigua Barbuda, Anguilla, Barbados, British Virgin Islands, Dominica, and Guyana. The objective of these workshops was to discuss within the framework of the regional agenda for inclusive social development, the challenges of social institutions and regional cooperation to move towards transformative recovery in the region. These workshops provided input to prepare the technical note to be presented at the 5th meeting of the presiding officers. Lastly, Number 12, sorry, not lastly. Antigua and Barbuda participated on August 30th, 2022, on the second regional seminar on social development in the panel, an open opportunity for a strengthened welfare state in the region towards the construction of a universal, comprehensive, resilient, and sustainable social protection system. On that occasion, I highlighted the opportunity to move towards welfare states, where in particular for the Caribbean, we need to have contingency funds to respond to unforeseen social security and health needs. Finally, number 30, I chaired the 5th meeting of the presiding officers of the regional conference held in Cuenca, Ecuador, on September 29, 2022. That meeting was a fitting occasion to share experiences, analyze challenges, highlight opportunities, and propose alternatives to make the proposals of the regional agenda for inclusive social development a reality. Participants discussed challenges of moving towards universal, comprehensive, sustainable, and resilient social protection systems. Progress in expanding the capacity of social public policy is more pressing today than in recent years. And there is a consensus on the importance of social policy for getting back on track to achieve the sustainable development goals. In particular, the current complex situation marked by crises in succession and high uncertainty poses specific challenges for institutional frameworks for social policies, cooperation, and integration among social development ministries and equivalent entities of the region. Lastly, the members of the conference agreed that the 5th regional conference in Latin America and the Caribbean will be held in Chile, second half of 2020. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for listening.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, very much, Minister Jonas. So we will continue with the Regional Council for Planning by Mr. Luis Madera, Deputy Minister for Planning and Public Investment in the Ministry of Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic.
Under the chairmanship of Panama, the Regional Planning Council is composed of Chile, Dominica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Jamaica, Paraguay, and the Dominican Republic. Today, at the request of the Chair of Panama, who is unable to attend the meeting, I would like to share with you the achievements of the last 12 months of the Regional Council for Planning. The Regional Council for Planning is a space for intergovernmental technical political dialogue, enabling authorities responsible for planning to exchange ideas on how to overcome challenges of planning in national and subnational contexts, on how to strengthen the quality of public management and enhance cooperation initiatives with innovative public policy proposals and with mechanisms that enhance implementation to achieve results and accountability, fostering a culture of the future that manages the knowledge produced by the region and enhances collective learning. In this regard, we consider that the Planning Council should continue to function as it has so far as an active forum in which to openly discuss the following: the challenges of planning for post-COVID recovery, enhancing the comprehensiveness and coherence of public policies geared towards economic growth with greater levels of equality and sustainability. Planning is an opportunity for systematic interaction and collaborative work between different development actors to set common goals that reflect citizens' interests and commitments and state leadership. The exchange of country experiences in the implementation of public management enhancement tools, such as results-based management, and the incorporation of the outcomes of plan and policy evaluation processes to generate an institutional culture of continuous learning. Strengthening government capacities in the areas of planning and public management to address persistent development challenges and emerging challenges such as the resilience of institutions to crises, disaster risk management, planning for regional integration, digitization of public services, an open state, the territorialization of plans and policies, among others, and the strengthening of regional information tools and platforms that facilitate knowledge management on planning and public management systems, such as the Regional Planning Observatory, the Planning for Development Network, and the network of national public investment systems. With regard to the achievements of this subsidiary body, I would like to present the following. I highlight the excellent attendance at the 18th meeting of the Planning Council, held virtually in October 2021, in which 27 member states participated, 1 associate member state, 15 resident coordinators from countries of the region, and representatives of UN funds and programs. We discussed the document, Resilient Institutions for Transformative Post-Pandemic Recovery, Contributions to the Discussion, through 3 high-level panels with the participation of ministers and planning authorities of the region. This received strong report from the authorities present due to its relevance and the contributions to the debate on the importance of renewing the capacity for foresight, openness of information and negotiation, planning with a territorial approach, and open government and collaborative public leadership of states to build more resilient institutions in the face of crises. With regard to accountability, the Planning Council reports that between the 1st of June 2021 and the 31st of May 2022, the range of training available to countries, including courses, webinars, conferences, and workshops, was converted to virtual format during the pandemic and has trained more than 4,328 participants from government, civil society, the private sector, and academia through 10 international courses, 15 courses requested by countries, and 10 conferences, seminars, and workshops. Virtual technical assistance was also provided to 10 countries in the areas of foresight, territorial planning, open government, digital government, evaluation of policies and programs, gender mainstreaming and planning, and the territorialization of the 2030 Agenda. Finally, 6 documents were published that systematize regional experiences and contribute to the region's knowledge in the areas of planning and public management. In January 2023, we will hold the 29th meeting of the presiding officers of the Council for Planning in hybrid format, preceded by a conference of ministers in which we will discuss issues related to the new public service to build bridges between the state and citizens in order to expand institutional channels to manage their participation and demands based on trust and collaboration in order to manage public affairs in an area that is information dense, has more citizen empowerment, and high levels of uncertainty and volatility. We will also discuss the format of the program of work, considering on this occasion how to resume face-to-face training courses and technical assistance, and how to implement new tools to facilitate better planning and management of the public sector. Finally, we will discuss the elements of a financing strategy for the Planning Council so that it has the financial resources to enable it to operate and provide the technical services requested by the countries of the region. Madam Chair and representatives of countries, we are convinced that the countries of the region will be better prepared for the challenging times we are experiencing and those to come if planning and budgeting exercises are more and better aligned and linked to public investment throughout the territory to make efficient use of state resources. In addition, if they have a robust public management with greater capacities for results-based management and a culture of continuous learning through the evaluation of state interventions, and if they foster collaboration and innovation between institutions, sectors, and social actors, so as to exercise anticipatory governance, respond flexibly to crises, and solve public problems. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Madeda. We're going to continue with a regional intergovernmental conference on aging and the rights of older persons in Latin America and the Caribbean, given by Juan Carlos Portillo, Director General for Planning and Evaluation of the Ministry of Public Health and Social Welfare of Paraguay. I would like to thank the Economic Commission for Latin America and ECLAC for this invitation. Distinguished delegates from the member and associate states of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you from Paraguay. We are honored to participate in this 39th session of ECLAC and to hear about all the work carried out by the subsidiary bodies and the intergovernmental meetings. We would like to talk about the work done by the Conference on Aging and the Rights of Older Persons in Latin America and the Caribbean. This was met for the first time in 2004, and its mandate is to put into practice the mandate from Madrid on older persons. We look at older people and development, fostering health in older age, and establishing favorable conditions. These are the key aspects to adequately face the rapidly aging population in our region, in which currently older persons of older 65 years are representing an increasing percentage of our population and will reach 27% of the population in coming years. We would like to share with you several landmarks. A result of the fourth meeting of the conference carried out in Asunción in June 2017, the Asunción Declaration was adopted on aging with dignity and rights, which urges governments to incorporate in a cross-cutting way programs and development plans that have to do with aging and to implement specific policies for older persons, taking into account the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development. To move forwards in complying with this declaration, the presidency, along with the technical secretariat, has carried out several activities. In 2019, in Paraguay, we organized the Forum to Advocate for Older Persons and Adults with the support of the Pan American Health Organization. We established long-term policies with the support of the International Cooperation Agency of Korea, COICA, and the International Seminar on Population Aging and Public Policies linked to older persons with the support of CELADE, the Population Division of ECLAC. In 2020, we conducted a virtual dialogue in terms of challenges facing older persons and their rights in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, a virtual seminar on healthy aging organized by the Ministry of Wellbeing of Paraguay with the support of the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization. In 2021, regarding the formation of human resources, we carried out a diplomacy which had to do with, which was run in conjunction with the Health Ministry in Paraguay and with Korea, COICA. The same organizers developed the course virtually for carers. The fourth evaluation of the Quinio Plan for Madrid will take place at a global scale in 2023 in the framework of the 61st session of the United Nations system. This will be carried out this year in the framework of the fifth meeting of the Regional Intergovernmental Conference on Aging and Rights of Older Persons in Latin America and the Caribbean. This review will give us an opportunity which is conducive to evaluating the progress made in recent years in the region and the priority areas of the plan of action on the issue of the Declaration of Brasilia from 2007, the letter from San Jose from 2012, the Montevideo Consensus of Population Development from 2013, another convention on older persons in 2015, and at a global level, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development on Healthy Aging. With
the goal of supporting Latin American and Caribbean countries in putting together and submitting their respective national reports on the implementation of the International Madrid Plan of Action, ECLAC, in its role as a technical secretariat of the Regional Intergovernmental Conference, prepared a guideline to prepare the country report widespread in a virtual event in August 2021 and has provided technical assistance to 19 countries in the region in the preparation of such reports. The guideline provides methodological and content guidelines together with a structure suggested for national country reports, which are in turn the foundation to the preparation of the regional report to be submitted by ECLAC regionally and globally. One of the main recommendations in putting together the country reports was ensuring participation of the different government institutions involved in policies relative to older persons, as well as representatives from civil society organizations in this population group. This was the goal behind the meeting for civil society on older persons, where we looked into the process, and in turn, we promoted the creation of interinstitutional networks to strengthen the bonds between government agencies, civil society organizations, universities, think tanks, and professional organizations with the purpose of strengthening the influence by older persons on public actions. In November 2021, the preparatory meeting for the 5th Regional Intergovernmental Conference on Aging took place, and on the rights of older persons for Latin America and the Caribbean, where the preliminary contents were communicated. Progress was made on preparing national reports, and aspects relative to the conference organization were tackled with delegates from 18 countries, 12 from Latin America and 6 from Caribbean countries, who presented on the progress and experience in the preparation of country reports. Likewise, this year, on October 6th, the Technical Secretariat organized an information virtual meeting on focal points on aging for the 5th conference to report on the date, modality, and main themes. This meeting was attended by over 100 persons from different countries in the region. Later, on October 18th, the informative virtual meeting from the civil society on older persons was held. And finally, I would like to conclude by inviting you to partake of the 5th Intergovernmental Regional Meeting on Aging and the Rights of Older Persons from December 13th to 16th in Santiago de Chile. The conference is happening 26 years after the Madrid Action Plan on Aging and at the beginning of the decade of the UN for Healthy Aging, 2021-2030. These milestones are an opportunity for us to promote international action in favor of older persons. We need to strengthen collaborative work among the guiding agencies on aging matters, because the older persons in a region cannot be left behind. This implies enhancing exchange of experience on public policies with the involvement of older persons and strengthening technical capabilities in the countries relative to the challenges of demographic changes facing the countries at different levels. I would also like to state on behalf of Paraguay my deep recognition and gratitude to CELADE and ECLAC in its role as Technical Secretariat for Conference for their support on an ongoing basis over the past 5 years of work, as well as the Population Fund from the United Nations, without whose support it would have been very difficult to perform our work. And I would also like to thank the countries for having supported us, in addition to the remaining organizations that provided collaboration in the various activities held. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Juan Carlos Portillo. We now move on to the South-South Cooperation Committee report by Christian Guillermet Fernandez, Deputy Minister for Multilateral Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to see you chair our work. I wish you every success. And much like we have all come to work strongly in favor of ECLAC, I'm also very happy that we've brought along some of the Central American sunny weather. Distinguished representatives from member countries, chairpersons of subsidiary bodies of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to give you the final report from the chair of the South-South Conference from ECLAC. Firstly, I would like to thank ECLAC's Secretariat for its invaluable support in leading and following up on our work the past 2 years, as well as the colleagues from the vice chairs from Argentina, Cuba, Jamaica, Mexico, and Peru, which has enabled significant reflection for common interests in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. I must confess we start our chair facing a new challenge for all countries in the region and the globe at large, the COVID-19 pandemic, which was a true challenge, but also an opportunity to innovate and promote fundamental topics for the region. As we heard yesterday during our session, in order to innovate and search new pathways to improve our situation and that of the inhabitants in each one of our countries. In this regard, Costa Rica, from the chair, has focused on identifying shared areas of shared needs and in promoting concrete propositions as inputs towards our development, such as access to international cooperation and development financing. Two sides of the same coin. South-South cooperation, Madam Chair, is of the essence for us. And from this platform of ECLAC, I believe we need to continue working increasingly to fine-tune our own mechanisms, but also that toolbox represented by South-South cooperation. From our chairmanship, we've conducted 5 virtual meetings, and there has been a continuation to the enhancement of our current constitutionality or institutionality, following on the roadmap with support from all the chairs and members. We managed to turn the committee into a conference. And I think that is an important achievement for all of us. Why? Because with this, we seek to renew and strengthen activities and boost greater cooperation for development among the countries in the region and vis-a-vis other countries in the world. Cooperation, including South-South cooperation, is a key element to work together in finding solutions to asymmetries and vulnerabilities which are deep-rooted in our system and are increasingly large in the face of climate change, if I may. In addition, after 4 decades, the region now has a regional conference on South-South cooperation, a milestone and a tool we should use as a platform to exert positive influence on our peoples, which are our ultimate concern. Likewise, we consider it essential to strengthen the narrative and the regional voice in the area of cooperation in the aftermath of COVID-19, in our recovery after one of the challenges, main challenges we faced in the region, as was very rightly stated yesterday by our Executive Secretary of ECLAC. And through this chair, we request ECLAC to develop a document containing a strategy to renew cooperation based on a multidimensional perspective of the gradual development process and structural gaps as an initiative. which would in addition serve or address vulnerabilities and needs of Latin American and Caribbean countries, including middle-income countries or countries of development in transition. This arbitrary definition based on the GDP has become obsolete. And this platform of ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, has managed to put this on the global discussion table. In response, ECLAC developed the document Development and Transition, a proposition for a new Latin America and the Caribbean, stating how timely it would be to consider additional indicators to per capita GDP in measuring countries' development and stating the urgent need in every country in the region, including middle-income and high middle-income countries, to access financing to address multidimensional structural gaps and transition towards their development and create public goods. In addition, we continued the work from the South-South Cooperation Committee, which started under Cuba's chair. In addition to the book on South-South cooperation in 6 selected countries from Latin America and the Caribbean, shared challenges in implementing Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. We wish to seize this opportunity, Madam Chair, to report that according to the report by the Secretariat, Argentina has sent a memo stating its interest to chair the presidency in the South-South Cooperation Committee, as was stated this morning as well by the Argentine delegation. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, Costa Rica wishes to reiterate its gratitude for the opportunity awarded to it by the chair, so that with all of your support and the secretariats, we could contribute on the path of innovation toward transition for Latin American Caribbean countries. We trust that the next chairmanship of the first conference on South-South cooperation will continue on these building on these efforts to support transformative positions and address the needs of the countries in the region, especially in terms of awarding programs and assistance for development by international cooperation and especially international financial institutions. We are sure, Madam Chair, that future actions will continue to look into priority topics for the region and the building of a more egalitarian and inclusive and sustainable and green region without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your extremely valuable contributions. We are in line with your vision on the importance of the South-South cooperation for our region. Thank you very much. So we will continue now with the report from the Statistical Conference of the Americas, which will be given by Marco Lavagna, Director of the National Institute of Statistics and Censuses, INDEC of Argentina. The statistical offices have to provide data that are to be used for decision-making and for improving public policy. In this regard, the Statistical Conference of the Americas is the main regional forum to promote the improvement of national statistics and their comparability between countries. This allows us to improve technical cooperation and the relation between statistics, and allows us to have a vision as a region. It doesn't only allow us to enhance our data within countries, but also as a region, and it helps us in how we position ourselves in the world. Since November 2021, Argentina has been chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americans, and in the biennium 2022 to 2023, we will be presiding. The committee is composed of Canada, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Italy, and Jamaica. In November, we carried out the first region of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, its 11th meeting, which provided an opportunity, which was very, very timely given our times, provided an opportunity to talk about our activities. And during the pandemic, all of our offices had to adapt. Thanks to the work done by the Commission, we worked very well together as a region. And this allowed us to continue the statistical work of all the countries, despite the difficulties imposed upon us by the pandemic. We were still nonetheless able to produce clear data. So in terms of the statistical conference, we worked during this biennium on 6 documents. They were approved as regional standards, and they provided guidelines for statistics, as well as protocols and methodologies for statistical production. In addition, 5 other products were produced that include good practices and guidelines for how to mainstream a gender perspective in all of the conference's statistical offices. So this was one of the main points that we've been working on in the Statistical Commission and in the individual countries. In August 2022, we carried out the 11th meeting of the Executive Committee, and we showed the progress made by the working groups for the 2022-2023 biennium. And this included good practices and statistics and the design of review mechanisms amongst peers. And it also encompassed issues as important as data stewardship, which basically talks about statistics at the international level, talks about governance. It basically has to do with governance of data, and the information available to produce data need to be taken great care of in terms of how they're used, accessed, and analyzed. So this working group, alongside other groups, made recommendations for the analysis on the quality of data. We were able to work on the mainstreaming the gender perspective, as I mentioned before. And in many countries, including Argentina, where just a few weeks ago we submitted our last report, which is one of the most important reports to make visible the issue of unpaid work, of care work, which is so important nowadays, and we have to review that. Then there's a working group on administrative records, which is related to stewardship. And then we had the integration of different sources of administrative records to generate indicators. As you can see, everything related to indicators is one of the key points that we're working on. It's one of the key issues across the board in all the work that we do. And we have the creation of a group for a regional web space in which we can show different statistics and disaster-related indicators. We have a diagnosis of practices for producing statistics on employment and on labor informality. We have a high rate of labor informality in our region, and we seek how to make this issue visible, both formal and informal employment. It's a working group on recommendations for the measurement of perceptions, which is necessary for more comprehensive measurement of development. This concerns work that has been carried out and work that was presented by the executive committee, which goes beyond GDP. And there's a very significant work that's been carried out in this regard. Then we have a working group on the compilation of national experiences and capacities. This has to do with the economic systems and statistics that are used in different countries. Those are the 11 working groups that reported on their progress. We're going to continue working in the coming biennium on these points, and we're going to show the different applications and implementations of these. Something very important that was worked on with Mexico in this instance is the knowledge transfer network. The knowledge transfer network is a virtual platform which allows us, during the pandemic and also following the pandemic, to develop statistics. And it has allowed the different statistical offices to have a much closer relationship. In 2020 and 2021, 39 webinars were held, and there were 135 people on average that attended these webinars, and an additional 6 webinars were held this year. They were invaluable for sharing experiences. And given that the majority of countries had to postpone their population censuses for the 2020 round, in Argentina, for example, we did it in 2022. Other countries carried out their population censuses in 2021. Paraguay and Brazil and other countries are planning to do so in 2023 and 2024. We have the Statistical Coordination Group for the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. They presented very interesting progress made in terms of the development of sustainable development goals for the 2030 Agenda. Significant progress was made in terms of the exchange of gender-based statistics, and alongside the report that was produced on breaking silence. This is a very interesting report. If you haven't seen it yet, then I recommend that you do look it up. Breaking the Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality by 2030 is the name of the report, and it's a very significant contribution to statistics with a specific view on joint work and coordination between the Regional Conference on Women and the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And if I am not mistaken, this will take place in November this year in Argentina, and we will be able to present the work that we have done together. It's an extremely interesting piece of work that we've been able to work on together. The Statistical Conference of the Americas promotes the use of statistics and the increasing incorporation of this data and information. It promotes the use of new tools that have to do with aerospace. This is an interesting new field in ECLAC. Has to do with how we display our statistics and georeferencing. How can we facilitate access of different users to this central information system? So from the Statistical Conference of the Americas, we're going to continue working along these lines. And I'm sure that next year and by November, we hope to be able to organize the Statistical Conference of the Americas here in Buenos Aires. And we promise that we will offer you all a barbecue so that it will be a more interesting and friendly conference. And we would love to have that exchange as a region As a regional statistical system, we want to keep growing and become more and more robust in terms of the information and data that we provide. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. Marco Lavagna, for your comprehensive report and the intensive work agenda from the Conference on Statistics of the Americas. Next is a report from the Conference on Science, Innovation, and Information and Communication Technologies by Lucila Rosso on behalf of Mr. Daniel Filmus. I would like to thank the chair and all the colleagues present today. It is our turn to report on the activities on the Conference on Science, Innovation, and Information and Communications Technologies. Our objective has been to strengthen the role of science and technology as fundamental elements to enhance the productive diversification process in our economies and social inclusion based on the contribution from these instruments in our region. Until late last year, given the context all of the countries in the world we're in, the conference's activities focused on responding to the pandemic. Thus, we implemented the proposal of science as a response to COVID with the purpose of strengthening the regional integration of the industry of health and digital ecosystems, tackling this challenge from 3 spheres: the articulation of efforts in research and development, the bridging of gaps of access and use of digital platforms, and strengthening the health platform nationally and regionally. In this framework, several studies were conducted that lay the foundation for the analysis of the situation in the region and its later materialization in the regional plan for self-sufficiency in health matters. In December last year, we held the hybrid meeting of the 3rd conference of our commission, where the position document was presented, Innovation for Development, the key to a transformative recovery for Latin America and the Caribbean. We even adopted the Buenos Aires Declaration, reassessing the need to include science and technology with a view to promoting growth sectors to lay the foundations for more sustainable and inclusive development for our countries. Since then, our country has taken over the chair of the conference in this framework. In the last meeting of the Executive Committee, last October 11th, we adopted a new working program to reposition science technology to promote these growth sectors to lay the foundation for better and more growth in the region. Likewise, we set out to strengthen public institutionality and support of science, technology, and innovation, and improve the connections between these policies with the strategic challenges of our region, while promoting greater regional and international cooperation. In conducting the lines of action, we defined specific activities to improve institutional capabilities in designing public policies, exchange of information and good practices on topics of regional interest. In our discussions, the countries of the executive committees highlighted the strategic role of countries and their policies in science and technology as an instrument to develop our economies and the well-being of our peoples, and the need to reduce global and regional asymmetries in access, development, and especially investment in science and technology and innovation. Our policies need to play a key role not only in building national R&D capabilities, but also in solving the issues our populations face, and thus the planning and implementation of development policies in our countries. all countries agree on this. We need to strengthen and reorient strategies to tackle a new phase in international cooperation to underpin the path to development for our region. We will continue working on this until the fourth conference to be held in the second half of 2023 in a venue to be defined. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation from Argentina, for your comprehensive report on the work you carry out. We continue with a report on the Conference of the Parties on access to information, public participation and access to justice on environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean by Marcelo Cusillas, Head of the Legal Department of the Ministry of the Environment of Uruguay.
Madam Chair, Deputy Secretary Executive, representative of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen, I am particularly grateful for the opportunity to address you representing Uruguay in this 39th session of ECLAC in my capacity as chair of the presiding officers and the Conference of the Parties of the Regional Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation and Access to Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. That's to say, I am addressing you on behalf of the first multilateral environmental agreement in our region, the first international treaty celebrated at the headquarters of ECLAC that we all know as the Escazú Agreement. Indeed, this agreement is the only international agreement that has come directly from the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, known as Rio +20, held in Brazil in 2012. Having been adopted in Costa Rica on the 4th of March 2018, after 2 years of preparatory meetings and 9 meetings of the negotiating committee that required more than 4 years to be implemented. The regional agreement is open to the integration of the 33 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, having been signed by 24 of them, and to date has 13 states that have ratified it, and are therefore full parties to the agreement. Therefore, it has seen a significant participation from the public through a unique and innovative mechanism of selection and representation at a regional level. The agreement entered into force on the 22nd of April 2021, which coincided with the celebration of Earth Day last year. In accordance with its provisions, the first conference of the parties was held between the 20th and 22nd of April this year at ECLAC's headquarters. And its main aspects were reflected in the 6 decisions adopted at that time. The first decision adopted the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties, a set of 18 essential procedural provisions for the functioning of the most important body of the agreement. The second decision elected the presiding officers chaired by Uruguay and with 4 vice chairs represented by Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Mexico, and St. Lucia, thus replacing the provisional presiding officers that had led the negotiation process and subsequent activities, Chile and Costa Rica, until the entry into force of the agreement and the holding of this first COP. Decision 3 of the COP adopted the rules of composition and functioning of the Implementation and Compliance Support Committee, a subsidiary and advisory body to the Conference of the Parties. But they're very important in the structure of the agreement because they would review compliance with the provisions and make recommendations. The committee is non-adversarial, non-judicial, and punitive because its task is to promote implementation and support parties in the implementation of the agreement with a meaningful public participation, but particularly considering parties' national capacities and circumstances. A key decision, number 4, was adopted on financial agreements, and decision 5 was also adopted regarding the subsequent meetings of the Conference of the Parties, agreeing that a special meeting will be held in the Republic of Argentina in April next year in order to elect the first members of the Committee on Implementation and Compliance Support. The second ordinary meeting of the COP has been scheduled tentatively for April of 2024. The venue has still to be decided, or failing that, we will hold it at ECLAC's headquarters. Finally, this first Conference of Parties adopted one more decision and political declaration. Decision 6 refers to another of the innovative aspects of the Escazú Agreement. I am specifically referring to Article 9, which deals with the protection of persons, groups, and organizations that promote and defend human rights and environmental matters, aiming to contribute to the solution of a scourge that is particularly plaguing our region. The decision resolved to create an open-ended ad hoc working group on human rights defenders in environmental matters. This should elaborate an ambitious plan of action on the matter and should be presented at the second ordinary meeting for the consideration and approval of the Conference of the Parties. It also decided to hold an annual forum on human rights advocates on environmental issues in order to contribute to the debate and the elaboration of the action plan, the first of which will be held in Ecuador in November. The agreed upon political declaration reaffirms the importance of cooperation and multilateralism to advance and deepen efforts to achieve sustainable development and environmental protection. To this end, we highlight the role of the rights of access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters. It also urges all signatory countries of the Escazú Agreement that have not yet ratified it to do so as soon as possible. And it encourages all countries in the region that are not signatories nor parties to the Escazú Agreement yet, and that wish to do so, to join it as soon as possible. Madam Chairman, these decisions are underway and they're being implemented by the parties, by the secretary, and by the presiding officers. At this very moment, the first election of regional representatives of the public is underway after the entry into force of the agreement, as well as the call for interested persons to apply for the list of candidates to join the Implementation and Compliance Support Committee, which will be considered at the special meeting that we mentioned before and that will be held in Argentina. The Escazú agreement is new, but it is in force and fully operational. The steps have been taken to this end, even though there is still much work to be done in order to achieve its fullest possible regional scope and effective implementation. This small, big success story would not have been possible without the determined integration and involvement of the countries of the region. But neither would it have been possible without the constant work of the Secretariat, which was very effectively carried out by ECLAC. And most especially, it would not have been possible without the permanent participation of the public, of inhabitants and the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean, whom we also represent and to whom we owe much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your statement. We have a request through Cecilia Urquilina from Argentina on climate change, who will give a brief statement on the Escazú Agreement. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much to all of the ECLAC members and all the countries present. It's a great honor to be here with all of you and so many colleagues from different countries in the region and from other countries who are here with us today in Buenos Aires. For Argentina, strengthening the environmental agenda and addressing these challenges for sustainable development is much more than just a government goal. It's a state policy. And just as my colleague from Uruguay, Marcelo, was saying, we are working tirelessly to be able to implement this Escazú agreement and take it to all countries of the region. The first COP, the first conference of the parties that we had this year in Chile was a milestone. It was absolutely key for all of the member states and signatory countries to be able to move forward on vital issues to ensure the right to information on environmental matters, public participation and decision-making in environmental matters, as well as the defense of human rights. Therefore, Argentina, in agreement with COP and other countries, has offered to be the headquarters of a special COP meeting, understanding since this is such a new and young agreement, but it's also urgent, and we really need to get moving on this and start to implement it. And given the importance of human rights in the region and the urgency of moving forward on the environmental agenda, we have decided to offer the opportunity to run this COP in Buenos Aires, probably in this same building that we're in today, the Center. And as my colleague from Uruguay, Marcelo, said, we are going to choose the members of the support committee for the implementation and compliance of the agreement. And we will also make an effort to work on alternative financial measures. We need to finance these treaties. We need to have funds to be able to implement and comply with these rights across the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And furthermore, I think the upcoming COP will be a great opportunity to make known the progress that we have made in the implementation of this treaty in different countries. Several of us, including Argentina, are working on a national implementation plan hand in hand with the World Bank. They're carrying out an evaluation to see where we are at, what are our capacities, what are the needs that we have, not just nationally, but subnationally, in different territories and the provinces and different communities, so that we could really reach the entire extension of the country. And with the support of ECLAC, something very important that we're working on is a governance framework to encourage collaborative work on this plan. As we said before, this treaty is unique, it's historic, given the fact that it has public participation. We need citizens to be participating in this in order to implement the agreement. So the strategy that we are building is collaborative. We are facing a global problem, a triple planetary crisis, so we need to work on this together collectively. Therefore, we're working on this plan, not just with governance, but with academic institutions, with scientific organizations, with environmental organizations and environmental activists from civil society, so that this will be a really robust agreement that takes into account the needs that we have in order to be able to implement ESCASU across our territories. So this strategy also takes into account exchanges with different countries in the region, are being very proactive in sharing experiences with our colleagues from other countries, including Mexico, Chile, Colombia, and Ecuador, and the upcoming meeting that we're going to have with environmental activists, and that will provide an opportunity for us to advance these matters. So I would like to end by thanking you once more for this opportunity. We're thrilled to be organizing the next COP. For us, that is a step forward in consolidating our commitment to the environment, not just in our country in Argentina, but across the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the delegations from Uruguay and Argentina for their comments, contributions, and the invitation to continue and deepen our work on these topics. Let us now move on to the next conference, the Regional Conference on Women from Latin America and the Caribbean, by Antonia Orellana, Minister for Women's Affairs and Gender Equality from Chile, who is attending remotely. So now, if the technical area would please make the connection with the Minister, Madam Minister from Chile. Good afternoon, my greetings to everyone at Kirchner Center. In my report, I will highlight the main activities conducted in the framework of the Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean, and main outcomes achieved since the 38th session in October 20 to date. During the first conference held by ECLAC and UN Women in January 2020, Chile took over the chair, at which time we adopted the Santiago commitment to take every measure to ensure the effective implementation of the Beijing platform and regional gender agenda, strengthening the institutionality of the gender architecture by streamlining the gender perspective in the different countries. One of the 48 points of the commitment of Santiago is agreements to eradicate gender violence, universal access to comprehensive health for women, including sexual and reproductive health, participation of women in health areas, implementing policies and programs that contribute to autonomous work, including the gender perspective and opinions from older women, reducing the wage gap and increasing women's participation in decision-making, as well as guaranteeing parity democracy, among others. During the rest of 2020, there were no further instances of the regional UN conference or conference on women because of the pandemic of COVID-19, and the meeting of the executive committee held virtually in February 2021 had delegations reporting on the progress on this, taking the Santiago agreement as a context and considering the pandemic. In addition, there were consultations leading to the 25th session of the CSW. As a result, a declaration was adopted from ministers and high authorities for regional mechanisms to progress Latin American and Caribbean women, participation of women, and the adoption of decisions made by them fully in public life, as well as eradicating violence to achieve equality amongst genders and women and children's empowerment. Among the agreements of that executive committee, we adopted efforts to achieve digitalization from women for Latin America and the Caribbean, a leading country for gender equality. This initiative has the goal of bridging the gender gap in ICTs in terms of access, developing competencies in terms of their use by women and children, and promoting women participation in the digital economy. At the 61st meeting of the Executive Committee held in September 2021, governments determined the main topic for the Regional Women Conference to be held next November relative to the care society as a horizon for sustainable recovery with a gender perspective, and adopted a roadmap to the 59th conference. The Chilean government also submitted a report on the progress of the Regional Alliance for Women's Digitalization in Latin America and the Caribbean by creating the virtual collaborative platform All Connected, a public-private partnership launched in 2021 together with UN Women, Microsoft Mastercard, and in fulfillment of the goals I mentioned previously, it's necessary to work jointly on digital technologies, depending on each country's needs, with economic support together with the coordination by ECLAC, so-called regional fund for the support of feminist women, which is the purpose of supporting with economic financing projects led by women that promote autonomous decision-making in the framework of the regional gender agenda, in a coordination with the regional mechanisms to advance women. At the 62nd meeting of the chair in January 2022, delegations exchanged views and proposals on the preparation for our upcoming 15th conference in Buenos Aires next November. At the meeting, new progress was reported on the All Connected platform. Regional fund had 28 applications where some feminist women were selected from the country and the region. In addition, we held a previous consultation to the 66th session, resulting in an adoption of a declaration to contribute to multilateral global discussion on gender equality with special emphasis or focus on empowering women, children, in the context of the crisis of climate change, the pandemic. And this period, we decided in June 2022 to create a committee. I had the honor of chairing in hybrid fashion in Chile to commemorate the 25 years of the gender agenda for the integration of women into the economic and social development in Latin America. In this space, we highlighted the contribution from this agenda to the gender equality and autonomy for women. For the past 45 years, we exchanged on the alliances and achievements to progress toward care and the need to accelerate our pace. Delegations exchanged opinions and positions on the preparatory work to the 15th conference of women, which, as I said, will take place next November. And of course, we also have made ready all the preparatory work for that instance. This is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Antonio Orellana. We will look forward to welcome you in Argentina for the Regional Conference on Women. Thank you for all the work that you are doing. We will now continue with our next report by the Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean, presented by Gabriela Lizet Gallegos Delgado, Director of International Affairs of the Ministry of Telecommunications and the Information Society of Ecuador, who is also going to be with us virtually. So we will connect to her now. Thank you very much. So I would like to give a warm welcome to all the authorities of Latin America and the Caribbean who are participating virtually and in person. Thank you to Juan Manuel Salazar, thank you to the authorities in Argentina, and thank you to the directors of the subsidiary bodies and the intergovernmental government bodies. I'm thrilled to be able to share progress we have made during our chairmanship of the Ministerial Conference on the Information Society. As chair of this Ministerial Conference on the Information Society, and with the support of the Technical Secretariat, we have made an effort to implement a cooperation program for 2022 in terms of regarding technical cooperation and knowledge generation, among other things. As part of this political dialogue, we are creating spaces to give continuity to conversations that took place during the last ministerial conference meeting. These initiatives are linked to a regional digital market and cooperation between regional integration blocs, such as the Pacific Alliance, Mercosur. At the same time, they carried out activities on the design of digital agendas, telecommunication networks, and in particular, the deployment of 5G technology. The framework of dialogue activities, I should highlight that in 2022, in Ecuador, we held a preparatory meeting for the 8th ministerial meeting on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean, which was held on the 21st of September in person and a hybrid format, in person and virtual. 19 countries and representatives from different intergovernmental meetings brought a digital proposals for a digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean for 2024, and this will be discussed during the next ministerial conference meeting. In terms of capacity building, we looked specifically at technical capacity building through workshops and seminars. We looked at the issues of effective connectivity and coordination with internet and other organizations. We also carried out courses online on e-commerce and work with SMEs, carrying out a joint work. In terms of technical work, we carried out cooperation activities that we need to, in order to strengthen digital agendas, policies on the design of a digital basic basket. We were looking at productive, strategic e-commerce strategies to strengthen the measurement of the digital economy. In terms of the generation of knowledge, different studies were published. Some of the themes have to do with deployment of 5G technology and the promotion of agricultural digital policies, digital citizenship, smart cities. It is also important to highlight that during this period, ECLAC, in the framework of the Digital Agenda 2022, consolidated the development of a digital observatory with the objective of producing digitized data to measure the level of digital adoption in the region. At the same time, through the different participatory scenario forums and permanent exchanges, they promoted the goals of the 2030 agenda from private, public, and the civil society, aiming to strengthen digital agendas and fomenting more integration in digital terms. As a bloc, we also contributed to important international scenarios in terms of the digital area, such as the World Forum on Digitalization, a dialogue between the European Union and Latin America, and a high-level panel for digitization of the United Nations. The cooperation activities carried out within the digital framework for Latin America and the Caribbean have strengthened a joint vision on the key pillars for technological change and transformation in our region. The ministerial conference has provided an ideal space for exchanging good practices and learnings. Another field in which the conference was very important is the economic and digital integration towards a regional digital market, providing commercial benefits. This has been promoted by various organizations. Amongst the challenges that we're facing, we have to recognize that we need to strengthen dialogue with other regional cooperation mechanisms. And at the same time, we have to make a better effort to integrate these mechanisms into public policies and going beyond traditional means. It's also necessary to establish a channel of communication between the conference and ECLAC and to come up with joint recommendations. Finally, I would like to make the most of this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to you to participate from the 16th to the 18th of November in the 8th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society, which will be held in Montevideo in Uruguay. This will be a space in which we hope to keep strengthening and supporting dialogue and regional cooperation in the digital field. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you to the representative from Ecuador for the information about the digital agenda and the invitation to the next ministerial conference. Let us move on to the report from the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, presented by Sergio Usicanji, Minister for Planning and Development from the plurinational state of Bolivia, who's connected remotely. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Raúl García Buchaca, Deputy Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, dear delegates from ECLAC's member states, it's a true honor to participate in the 39th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean as the chair of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, a subsidiary body of ECLAC in charge of following up on one of the key topics and pillars of the agenda, sustainable development with equality. The government of my country and its president, Mr. Luis Arce, extend warm greetings to the representatives gathered today. The plurinational state of Bolivia took over the chair of the Regional Conference on Development for Latin America and the Caribbean on July 28, 2022, at the 4th Regional Conference held at ECLAC's seat in Santiago, Chile from June 28 to 30 this year. The meeting, which should have been held in 2020, was held after almost 4 years since the third meeting held in Lima in 2018 due to the effects from COVID-19 pandemic. To this end, the government of my country led the sessions of the 4th Regional Conference with over 1,300 representatives and delegates from governments, civil society organizations, and academia. More specifically, we had the participation from 30 ECLAC member countries and 1 associate member, 20 civil society associations, 10 agencies, funds, and programs from the UN, and 16 intergovernmental organizations or associations. Through social media, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Zoom, over 5,000 persons followed the opening of the first session of the meeting, which is an unquestionable evidence of the importance of this subsidiary body of ECLAC and the interest in discussing development and population issues in the region. One of the main outcomes from the event is we have once again set out to have a regional conference and the follow-up of the Montevideo Protocol on Development with an ambitious agenda. The meeting from June was a framework for the document's presentation, social and demographic impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic in Latin America and the Caribbean, put together by the Technical Secretariat of CELADE, the Population Division of ECLAC with support from UNFPA, which analyzes the effects from the pandemic in the demographic dynamics and social and demographic processes considered in the Montevideo Consensus, such as aging, gender equality, and autonomy for women, the exercise of sexual and reproductive rights, territorial inequalities, and mobility. And it also assesses the impact on the different population groups identified as the target of priority measures in the consensus for the historic discrimination vulnerability, as well as in fulfillment of the rights of holders such as children, girls, women and adolescents, older persons, women, migrants, Aboriginal peoples, Afro-descendants, and persons with disability. In addition, during the meeting, the website was launched for the virtual platform for regional follow-up of the Montevideo Consensus, a space gathering the main initiatives reported by the countries, which seeks to systematize processes and outcomes achieved in the region to comply with the commitments undertaken under the consensus. This instrument is nourished by the collective work and effort of many stakeholders in the region, such as government, civil society, agencies from the UN system and other multilateral agencies, with the goal of fulfilling the priority measures agreed on in the Montevideo Consensus, which supplement and are in synergy with the 2030 targets for sustainable development, considering the region's specificities. Despite the pause imposed by the pandemic, the chair of the conference held by the Peruvian government until June last year, organized in May 2021, the virtual meetings of the Executive Council aimed at setting the conference into motion again. In fulfillment of the mandates from that conference, a calendar was put together for the submission of national reports and the regional report on the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, compatible with the global assessment cycle of the Program of Action of the International Conference on Population and Development, CIPD-CAIRO, past 2014, and the follow-up and assessment of implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which was submitted and adopted at the last meeting of the conference. In this framework, numerous challenges lay ahead for the full integration of the population and its dynamic in sustainable development with equality and respect for human rights. In the short term, the milestones of the work agenda of the conference can be summarized in holding the 5th meeting of the Executive Board of the Regional Table on Development for 2020 in 2023, the preparation of the 2nd and in some cases 3rd national reports on implementation of the Montevideo Consensus by the countries in the region, the holding in 2023 of the 10-year commemoration of the Montevideo Consensus, a regional roadmap for development and population, which would be an extremely important milestone for Latin America and the Caribbean, to be joined in 2024 by the 30th anniversary of the Program of Action of the CIPD, the nourishment and updating of the virtual platform. The Montevideo Consensus follow-up will be an additional goal for 2023, as well as the preparation of the 2nd regional report on the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus and its submission at the 57th meeting at the Commission of Population and Development in 2024 and the ECLAC follow-up of the program of the CIP past 2014. The years of the pandemic entailed serious difficulties for the conference's operation, which prompted our creativity to find institutional mechanisms that allow us to continue making contributions and proposals with a view to facing the scourge posed by COVID-19 in our region. In this regard, I'd like to recognize the invaluable work of ECLAC in its technical secretariat during these difficult times in the organization of the fourth meeting of the conference and its ongoing support to this chair, as well as the Population Fund from the UN for their enthusiastic and essential support and assistance, and the government of Peru, which preceded us in this chair. Joint work is evident in the results attained. To conclude, I would like to stress that the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development is still, together with Agenda 2020 for Sustainable Development, the indispensable tool. It's more current than ever to start the reconstruction work after the pandemic in our region, leaving no one behind. We will be devoting to that in the next 2 years under this chair, together with all the countries in the region and the stakeholders in this process. Thank you all very much for your attention. My greetings to you. Thank you very much, Minister Buzykansky, for your intervention. We now open the floor to interventions from the delegations. I think the various countries have worked intensively in the different commissions and intergovernmental meetings. So I now turn the floor to the Commission's Secretariat for guidance. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Having completed today's agenda, we simply need to remind the delegations present that starting at 6:30 today in the Ministry of Science, Technology and Development of Argentina, there will be a parallel event whereby the policy document will be launched entitled Transformative Change in Latin America and the Caribbean, a policy approach guided by missions, by Mariana Mazzucato, Professor of Economics and Public Value Innovation at UCL. Likewise, we remind all delegations that tomorrow, Wednesday, October 26th, we will begin our session at 9 a.m. in this room for the dialogue among foreign affairs ministers, and therefore we request you arrive punctually since there's a large number of foreign affairs ministers taking the floor tomorrow. Just that. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We thank all the delegations that joined us today, and we will resume tomorrow with a very important session. Good evening.